right, here we go. We're off and running. The 2026 NFL Draft is just an hour and a half away, and we are live right here on the show. All of our coverage throughout the next 3 days is presented by Prize Picks. My name is Chase Sr., and as always, to all of the real ones watching, no matter where you are or how you're tuned in, I appreciate all of you for making our draft coverage a part of your evening, but also we're going to be live for the next 3 days talking about and analyzing every pick. We're going to be live for every round. We're going to be live for every single day. So do not go anywhere and continue to hang out here with us. I do want to begin here. We're coming to you from Studio I here at Chat Sports HQ. Producer Chip along for the ride as always. And we have people watching from every pocket of America and worldwide. But where are you? Shout out your city. Let us know where you're watching from, and we'll give you some shout outs here on the show. I see Big 20 is in the building. 75 Dignan, what's up, my brother? Gonna get you that autographed jersey I haven't forgotten. Eric Brown is here. Taco also hanging out. I see Kevin Fukine is also in the building. Boppin' Bro, Brian, John Wallace, Chualor, Greg Smith. Where are you watching from? Let us know, because what I'm seeing right now is we have people rocking and rolling with us from all across the globe. So you see the countdown clock below me. That is the countdown to when the Las Vegas Raiders will be on the clock. Hour and 18 minutes away. We can run through the NFL draft order. What I do anticipate and expect tonight, a lot of trades in round one, but I think we're also going to see a lot of trades throughout the next 3 days for rounds 1 through 7. So Las Vegas Raiders are at number 1. It's going to be Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback out of Indiana, going to Las Vegas. Honestly, after the first pick, this is where I think things get really interesting, and it's hard to predict what happens from pick 2 onward all the way to 32 in this first round. Like, are the Jets going to go Arvell Reese, David Bailey? Could they surprise people and take a player like Caleb Downs? Arizona Cardinals, will it be Jeremiah Love? Will they trade back? Will it be Francis Mauigoa? The Tennessee Titans, I know Robert Saleh would love to have Sonny Styles, but what if Jeremiah Love is there to pair up with Cam Ward? I could see the Titans going in a number of directions. After the New York Giants made that trade for Dexter Lawrence, they're positioned beautifully at 5 and 10. You hit on those 2 picks, and the Giants can get back on track and find their way once again as an organization. Browns at 6, Commanders at 7, New Orleans Saints at number 8. According to some late chatter, the Saints could look to matriculate up the draft board. I think the Chiefs are a prime team that could look to trade up as well. They also have a pick later in the first round, as we're about to talk about. You have the Giants again. That's that Bengals pick from the Dexter Lawrence trade. Miami Dolphins at number 11. Dallas Cowboys at number 12. Cowboys are at 12 and 20. They could package those picks in order to move up. Los Angeles Rams at number 13. A lot of Mekhi Lemon buzz there. They might just go offensive line. Baltimore Ravens at 14. Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 15. That's a team. I look at the Eagles as a team that could trade with Tampa Bay in order to move up and get ahead of the Detroit Lions. The Jets with another pick there at number 16. That's from the Sauce Gardner trade, which is looking worse and worse for Chris Ballard, the GM of Indy. The Detroit Lions at 17. Worst kept secret, I think it's an offensive tackle, probably Caden Proctor. Minnesota Vikings at 18. Panthers at 19. Cowboys again at number 20. And one of the things with this draft, there are multiple teams who have multiple picks in this first round, which is also something that could lead to a lot of movement. The host, Pittsburgh Steelers, as the draft is in Pittsburgh, one of the more underrated cities across America, in the pole position there at number 21. Los Angeles Chargers, 22. Philadelphia Eagles, 23rd overall pick. Howie Roseman has traded up in 4 of 5 years. Cleveland Browns, another pick at number 24 from Jacksonville by way of the Travis Hunter trade. Chicago Bears at 25. Buffalo Bills at 26. 49ers at 27. Houston Texans at 28. And then the last 4 picks of this first round, and I don't think it stays as such, Chiefs again, Dolphins, Patriots, and then the Seahawks rounding things out. Seattle is a team, they only have 4 picks in this entire draft. So I can't wait for it. We got a crazy late development as well, as Mike Vrabel is going to surprisingly out of nowhere speak with the media prior to the NFL draft. And if you look at some of the betting odds, there's some chatter that maybe Mike Vrabel is going to resign as the head coach of the Patriots. If I'm Commissioner Roger Goodell, I'm a little bit peeved, right? Because the biggest story going into round one, marquee event for the NFL, is not the draft. It's the scandal of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, and of course, whatever happens there, we'll be sure to let you know and pass that information along. As I mentioned off the top, all of our draft coverage is made possible thanks to our friends at Prize Picks. This is America's #1 fantasy sports picks app. There have been more than 20 million users who have submitted a lineup with billions of dollars paid out. And for new users, if you use our code HMA and use our link down below, when you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. You can make individual picks, pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stats, and you can win some big time money. You can also make team picks as well, where you can pick winners, spreads, and totals. All of your transactions are safe and secure. And team picks are now available on Prize Picks in many states across America. So you can pick winners, you can pick spreads, you can pick totals as well. Use our code HMA. You play your first $5 lineup, and you get $50 instantly in lineups. And what I like about what Prize Picks is doing is they do a great job of getting creative with some of the picks that you can make. For instance, it's the draft tonight, right? So here's one. Will Jeremiah Love be the number 5 overall pick to the Giants? You can choose yes, and that is a 5.28x multiplier to win $263. So use code HMA, pick more, pick less, pick Prize Pick. Show us that you know ball. Show us that you know the draft. Download the Prize Picks app today. And thanks to Prize Picks, we're live here for our coverage of the 2026 NFL draft. So we went through the draft order already. Who is your number 1 draft target? This is a draft, as I've continued to talk about, that isn't necessarily a deep draft as far as star talent. And there, of course, aren't a lot of quarterbacks in this draft. But this is a draft where I think there's a lot of value, rounds 2 through 4. And at certain positions, there is a lot of depth. So in that way, I think this is a really fun, intriguing draft, and it's an opportunity to really improve your football team. So I'm looking at the chat. John Wallace wants a dog at left guard. Philly boy, somebody from the University of Miami, must be a big fan of the U. Laura, maybe A.J. Brown has gone to the Patriots already. He is not getting traded, I don't believe, during the draft. I think what it's going to be is a trade after June 1 if it happens. Therefore, the Eagles can spread out the dead cap money. If they were to trade him pre-June 1, it'd be $43 million in dead cap. Dennis Designs is saying safety. Andrew Nathan, get me our guy, Max Ihonichor. Andrew Nathan knows I'm a huge Ihonichor fan. A.J. Brown for 2 7ths next year from the DoorDash King. That's cap. Dreadhead David saying Chase. What's up, Dreadhead? How you doing, my guy? Let us know.
Let's go, baby. The draft is here. I couldn't be more excited, man.
Yeah, man. This is one of my favorite events of the year, and I think back to when I was a kid. The draft used to be on Saturday and Sunday, and it was not a huge marquee event like it is right now. It would be on Saturday, I think rounds like 1 through 4, and then on Sunday rounds 5 through 7, something along those lines. But that anticipation, that buzz, the excitement, it's nowhere close then compared to where it is now. But watching the draft growing up is like one of the things that got me so invested into sports. That's why I wanted to become a sports broadcaster. And that's why I've always loved kind of scouting players at the college level to see how their skill set and skill sets would translate to the NFL level. So can't wait for the draft. We're going to be live for it every day, every round, every pick. Do not go anywhere. We got you covered right here. It's also pretty crazy to kind of see some ESPN-like graphics on the NFL Network now that they have merged. So that's a little bit of a switch up. I tweeted this out earlier too, and it's kind of gone viral. I'm glad that the entire country will see over the next 3 days how great of a city Pittsburgh is. I think it's one of the more underrated cities across America. And if you ever go, there are so many things to do outside, especially during the warmer months. And we're going to see that on display during these broadcasts. What I want to put on display right now is our super chat menu. As always, anytime you send in a super chat, it goes a long way. It's supporting everything that we do here on the program. All super chats get a shout out. And if you send in a money donation to the program, I can't tell you enough how much we appreciate it. But always, there are incentives that come with it, right? So if you send in a $20 super chat, we're live on Eagles Now, we're live on the 49ers Report, you enter a raffle to win either an Eagles Now shirt or a 49ers Report shirt. So a $20 super chat supports the show, but also you get some raffle tickets to win something for that super chat. If you send in a $50 super chat, I'm giving you a beer cheers. Once we get to $500 total, Howie Roseman's Mezcal is in my hand. I will take a Mezcal shot once we get the $500 in total super chats. And then our super chat MVP gets a signed mystery jersey. A mystery jersey for the Eagles, a mystery jersey for the Niners. It could be any player, but that will go to the largest individual super chat. It could be one of these players here. It could be one of these Niners players as well. It could be somebody else who's not featured on the screen here. So that is right there, our super chat menu. And we always like to party and have a good time here during our live coverage.
Let's have a night.
Let's have a night, as Chip said. All right, let's first take a look at the Eagles draft profile here. And from the Eagles' point of view, they have the 23rd overall pick in round one. Howie Roseman has made so many trades in recent years, and he's traded up in the first round. Of the last 5 years, he's done it 4 times. The Eagles this year have 8 total picks, 4 inside the top 100. That is ammo to move up or just good draft capital for the team. Questions still surrounding A.J. Brown's future in Philadelphia. He's expected to be traded after June 1. And if he's traded away, obviously, that changes some of the Eagles' needs and what they might prioritize. Right now, offensive tackle, edge, safety, tight end, the needs that we have listed, you're without A.J. Brown. You got to draft a wide receiver, I believe, in the first 3 rounds. As far as the Niners here, they're on the clock with the 27th pick in round 1 tonight. I think they're a candidate to move back and potentially move out of round 1. That is a sound strategy that I would actually be a fan of. Let's say they move to pick 34 or 35, and you can get a 3rd-round pick, which they currently don't have. Then you go guard to start the 2nd round. Later, you can go edge or wide receiver. And then in the 3rd round, whatever you don't pick among the wide receiver or edge, that's what you address. The Niners have 6 picks. 2 of them are in the top 100, which is why I'd love to see them trade for a 3rd-round pick. They returned to the divisional round last year after missing the playoffs in 2024. And this offseason, they have made a bunch of win-now moves. The Niners draft needs offensive tackle. I would put interior offensive line there as well. Edge rusher, and then tight end is another one. Safety, I think, is a need for San Francisco. You could go linebacker. You could go corner. And wide receiver is another need for San Francisco. This is not a roster that is fully put together, but look, it's April 23rd. Plenty of time to change that. My guy, Paul C., $5 super chat. Long time, brother. Hope you, Chip, and all the Eagles Nation is doing well. Many blessings, brother. Fly, Eagles, fly. Hoping for a tight end in the 1st round. If it's a tight end in round 1, will the Eagles trade up for Kenyon Sadiq? Paul, hope you and the wife are doing well. Thanks for sending in that super chat. Really appreciate it. And I hope to see you again throughout draft weekend. Radio with the $2 super chat. Thank you for that. Radio ID scans and other. subscribe to their channel. I'm sure they're doing some good stuff. Words of Wisdom, $5 super chat. I texted Words the other day and I said, and I put the cigar on my desk. I said, the cigar that you sent me, I am smoking it after the NFL draft. And here's why, Words. I love celebrating accomplishments and big moments. This is my 5th NFL draft here at Chat Sports. I got to admit, man, we're running on fumes here at Chat. We've been grinding since August 1, preseason and training camp, into the regular season, into the playoffs, right after the playoffs and Super Bowl. I was at the Super Bowl in San Francisco. That adds to it. NFL Combine, free agency, into draft time. Need a little bit of a breather after the draft. And so Words of Wisdom sent me a cigar, and Chip and Trizzy a cigar.
Yep.
Back a couple of months ago. I'm smoking that once we're done with our draft coverage. And here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Chase, the running man, senior. Bang, bang, Niner gang. What up, boys? Light them up. Hashtag cigar. So there you go. Right on cue. Words of Wisdom. We'll be lighting up those cigars for you. Hope the family is doing well with that football roster that you're putting together as far as all the kids that you and Ava have. All right. If you're excited for the 2026 NFL Draft, I need you to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. So here on the Niners Report, 363 people watching live for our pre-draft show. And we currently have 73 likes. Let's get to over 100 likes as soon as possible. On Eagles Now, 329 people currently watching live. 82 likes. Let's get to 100 likes on both streams. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. If you're excited for the draft, show me by making your voices be heard. How do you make your voices be heard? By tapping that thumbs up icon and liking the video.
Let's go.
Little more than an hour to go until the start of the draft. Eagles, Titans, Browns among teams that had discussions about moving up. So look out for that.
Could be a lot of movement tonight.
Could be a lot of movement.
Buckle in, baby. Buckle in.
Those are the only updates that I've got right now. Vrabel's set to speak at 7 p.m. Eastern, I think?
Yeah, I think 7:20 Eastern.
7:20 Eastern.
So about 20 minutes. Gonna be fireworks. Shout out to y'all getting us over 100 likes on both streams. As we're live on both, always like to have some friendly competition. So very similar view count, very similar in likes as well. 116 on Eagles, 111 on Niners. Always love to see, which fan base is pulling harder on draft night and picking in similar spots as well. Last year, obviously, Niners were a lot higher. And so, naturally, a lot more intrigue. But with both teams around the same spot, not too dissimilar in terms of their needs as well. Both teams could use a safety. Both teams could use edge help, offensive line help. And so we'll see what happens here tonight.
No doubt about it. So I said a little bit earlier that Prize Picks are presenting sponsor for NFL draft coverage. But part of Chat Sports' growth is all made possible thanks to all of you, but all of our great sponsors as well. And we have something that we want to continue to do here at the company. Keep our content free. And sponsors allow us to do that, and we're so happy to partner up with Prize Picks, but we're also so stoked to have our draft coverage sponsored by Chubbies. And we have a phenomenal deal that we want to tell you about. Fellas, I'm talking to all of you. Springtime is here. You know what that means. It's the time to let those legs breathe if you've been putting in work during leg day. Show it off. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, visiting an actual garden, going on a date, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. Bright polos that demand attention? Check. Killer shorts that show off those beautiful thighs? Double check. Chubbies' original shorts provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit. They're designed for comfort, built for stretch, and designed to give you thigh-high confidence. And If you're hitting up the pool or beach, their Classic Line swim collection has your new favorite trunk for those sunny days. We're talking seriously soft, dangerously flexible, and incredibly quick-drying swim trunks. At the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade, so to sweeten the deal for a limited time, Chubbies is giving all of our real ones, all of our listeners, 20% off your order with our exclusive code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That is code CHATSPORTS, chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Whether you're getting dressed up for a work day, workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered for a limited time, 20% off using that code. That link and all that information is available for you in the live chat. It's also in the description of our draft coverage. Words of wisdom with another $2 super chat. Thoughts on Ayuk? Grant said he looks Chubbies. Well-timed. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Brandon Ayuk kind of broke his silence with an Instagram post. I think it was yesterday, the day before, where he was walking off a private jet with a couple of massive dogs. Did he look chubby? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell for me. He was wearing a long sleeve with pants, and then there was a close-up on his face where maybe his face was looking a little bit chubby. But then there was a photo like last weekend circulating of Isaac Guerendo where he's like slumped over and a girl is hugging him around his neck and everybody's like, Isaac Guerendo looks fat. It's literally impossible to tell. So that's part of the offseason that I don't really engage in until you actually see some of these players on the field. Now with Debo, you would see him on the practice field, right? And you'd be like, yeah, he's a little bit chubby, a little bit overweight. Obviously, players, too, use training camp to shed weight, sometimes during a single practice. Some of these offensive linemen, just by sweating, can shed like 10, 15, 20 pounds. So we'll see what happens when Ayuk hits the field. We'll see what happens when Guerendo hits the field. But obviously, it's not a great look if you're potentially looking overweight, because this part of the offseason is when you should be rounding into really good shape. Words of wisdom, appreciate that. Appreciate all of you for hitting that thumbs up icon. We're over 100 likes on the Niners Report, over 100 likes on Eagles Now. And one of the other things that I loved about the draft going to Pittsburgh this year, Pittsburgh is a phenomenal sports city. Shout out to the Flyers, up 3-0 on the Penguins. Yeah. You can tell that with the NFL draft coming to their city, they are really stoked to be the host city. And I expect record crowds. Thankfully for tonight, the weather is holding up because April in Pittsburgh, you never know if it's going to be cold and rainy or if there's going to be sunshine and warm temperatures. It's been beautiful the last 2 days. Hopefully that continues. You kind of never know being in the mountains there. But these Pittsburgh fans are ready to rock. And it's also a very scenic city, especially with where the draft stage is set up. And so I'm excited that the draft is in Pittsburgh here this year.
Another two here.
Another two from Words of Wisdom. Chase, what potential Niners pick would give you a chubby? Look, my favorite offensive tackle in this class is Maxi Honachor. Chase Besantis in my final mock, I traded back for him. I would love that pick for San Francisco. Dejon Stribling is a player who I'm really high on in like the third round, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. He's 6'2", runs in the 4.3s. Gabe Jackas, the edge rusher out of Illinois, I think he's just going to be a very steady player. If the Niners can get him in the second round, I would really like that as well. San Fran 49 with the $5 super chat. Hey, Chase, what are the chances the Niners trade into the middle of the first round or possibly trading their first rounder away for a star player? So a couple different pathways here, right? I don't think the Niners trade up because they only have 2 top 100 picks, and they only have 6 picks, and all of them are within the first 4 rounds. In order to trade up, you've got to have some decent draft ammo to trade up with. If anything, I think it's a trade back for San Francisco. Another possibility, and I talked about this in our pre-draft show, which is up on the channel, the Brian Thomas Jr. trade rumors are really interesting to me. The Jags do not have a first-round pick. If they're looking to trade into round 1 to get a player who they really like, could 27 be a target area for them to trade to? And if the Niners trade 27 to Jacksonville for Brian Thomas Jr., they have a need at the wide receiver spot. I'd be willing to take a chance on that type of player. Had a down year 2, but an excellent year 1. He's got the ability and the potential to be one of the top wide receivers in football. And I talked about this on the show earlier. At 27, are you going to find a player who's better than Brian Thomas Jr. at his peak? I don't know if you're going to. So that's a trade for a star player. Borderline star player probably is the better term there that I would think about. San Fran 49. Thank you for that super chat. All right. 513 people watching live on the Niners Report. 330 on Philadelphia Eagles Now. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, get in the chat. The more likes that we get, the more people who find the stream. Chat rate, obviously really important, so be sure to get those messages in there. Let's also do this for the next hour, right?
Yep, right up until 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Oh, math. 5 p.m. Pacific. We have this, one of the biggest deals we've ever ran here at Chat Sports. But again, for the next now 53 minutes, our Eagles Now and 49ers Report branded merch. So everything I'm showing you on screen right now, for Eagles fans, the Eagles Now shirt you see on screen, and then for Niners fans, the 49ers Report shirt you see right now on screen, as well as our 49ers Report hat. And then if you want a regular Chat Sports branded hat as well, those items are all 50% off for the next hour at chatsports.com/merch. So I'm putting that all in the chat right now again. For the next hour, up until 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, until the draft gets underway. 50% off. Big time deal. Take advantage.
Yeah, you heard it from Chip, and pretty much to simplify it, it is 50% off show logo and company logo merch up until 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. So if you want a 49ers Report shirt or hat, you want an Eagles Now shirt, you want a Chat Sports hat to rep the brand, get it right now. 50% off chatsports.com/merch. And here's another thing. I'm a very competitive person. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if I wasn't competitive. I want to see my 2 channels atop the Chat Sports leaderboard among some of the heavy hitter channels here at Chat Sports. So if you want to support the show, rep the show, chatsports.com/merch. 50% off. We've never done a deal like this. Available for the next hour. All right. So we gave you a look at the draft order. Let's also take a look at some of the best players available. Tom Downey, host of the Cowboys Report, is also our resident draft expert. And here is his big board. Obviously, I'm going to agree with some of the players that he has in certain spots on his big board, but let's highlight it. And if you send in a super chat, you got a question about any of this, we'll answer it here on the show. So some surprises here. Caleb Downs is his number 1 overall player. Jeremiah Love, number 2. Sonny Styles at number 3, and he doesn't have a quarterback until number 4, and that's Fernando Mendoza. Mansour Delane is at number 5. Arvell Reese, number 6. David Bailey at 7. Ruben Bain at number 8. 9 through 16, Francis Maui-Noah, Spencer Fano, Carnell Tate, Jermod McCoy, Mekhi Lemon, Kenyon Sadiq, Jordan Tyson, Dylan Thieneman. So those are the top 16 players on Tom Downey's big board. And I think it's pretty much close to a lock, right? That all those players go in the first round, with the exception of one potentially. And that is Jermod McCoy, just because of the ACL surgery that he got on his knee and the possibility that he might need another knee surgery, which is unrelated to the ACL. But obviously medical red flags are big reasons for why players can slide down draft boards. So a look at the top 16 there. Who is the best player in the draft? A lot of people might say Fernando Mendoza because he plays the most important position. I think Jeremiah Love, there's an argument there. He's the best player in this draft.
I agree.
So you can look at it a couple of different ways. I do want to see what the comment section is saying, as we got a couple more super chats coming in. Brian Crawford also tuned in for Baltimore, Maryland. Laura likes Kenyon Sadiq. The DoorDash King likes the safety defensive tackle. Are you talking about Caleb Downs there? I'm not sure what defensive tackle you're talking about. Cool Rain said Downs. Aussie. Oi. Jake Edward, you think we should draft Kadick after its spring break performance? I never thought I'd be so locked into the Barstool spring break clips, but I've been totally locked in. I mean, catching up every morning, at times throughout the day. Kadick has been one of the MVPs of the spring break. I was talking with my guy, Jeff Nadeau, and I was telling him, former Barstool employee who's obviously still tied to Barstool, I was saying, I know you don't need it for your brand, but if you went out there, it would be great for your brand. And maybe he'll go Friday night, Saturday night, but it has been hilarious what we've seen. All right, let's get back to your super chats here. Jeremy J. Rock with the $5 super chat. What is your opinion? And should we draft Eli Heidenreich? So this is the wide receiver running back out of Navy, who I actually had going to the Niners in the 4th round of my mock draft, because in scouting him, my takeaway was this is a Kyle Shanahan type of player. So versatile, experience making plays as a runner and as a receiver, great vision, both running in between the tackles and tracking passes downfield. So he's got a really good ability to catch the long ball, but also do damage on the ground. I would say he's not overly speedy or elusive, but he ran in the 4.4s in the pre-draft. So I labeled him as a Kyle Shanahan type of player because of the ways that Shanahan can use him. Kind of like how he's used Christian McCaffrey, right? In the backfield as a tailback. In motion out of the backfield. Kind of that split wide out of the backfield look. As a slot receiver. Lined up out wide from time to time. Look at his numbers with Navy last year. 51 catches for 941. 18.5 yards per catch. He's playing in the American Athletic Conference. Like, that's not a slouch conference. And then 77 rushing yards for 499 with 9 total touchdowns. So he is not Christian McCaffrey. He's kind of like Luke McCaffrey, McCaffrey's brother, who started off his college career as a quarterback and is now a wide receiver for Washington. But as a round 5 guy, I had him going to the Niners in round 4. I think he's worthy of that type of pick because in today's NFL, you're looking for chess pieces like that on offense. Johnny Royal, $20 super chat. I appreciate all of your content. Keep grinding. Niner gang for life. Johnny, hope all is well. Salute to you. And what we do would not be possible without all of the support. Mo Nana. Mo na 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 na. Our super chat MVP of the stream so far. If that number holds, that's a signed jersey. $50 super chat. Hope all is well. Hello, my favorite Eagles fan. How have I missed you all? We've missed you as well, Maureen. Hope you're good. I know your hubby is proud of you for how you're persevering. But thank you so much for the $50 super chat, which means beer cheers.
Oh, beer cheers, baby.
And let me make a deal with the people. If we get a $100 super chat on either stream, I will take a shot of Mezcal. I will take a shot of Mezcal for a $100 super chat. What I put on the super chat menu is once we get the 500 on either stream, that's when I'll do a shot of Mezcal. If somebody sends in a $100 super chat in the next 2 minutes, I will take a shot of Mezcal to celebrate this draft.
And a reminder, all those $20 super chats or greater get into the raffle.
Yes.
To win a either Eagles Now 49ers Report shirt.
There you go. $20 or more, you enter the raffle to win a channel shirt. Under 45 minutes to go until the Raiders are on the clock. James Foster with another super chat. Why is nobody talking about Eli Stowers? I've talked about him plenty. I mean, he's a really gifted tight end wide receiver prospect. Maybe one of the reasons why he's not getting talked about all that much is because people don't know what position he's going to play at the next level because of how he tested, but the ability is clearly there. Now, he played tight end at Vanderbilt, but he was a converted quarterback. I think he has untapped potential. Quality production, won a lot from the slot with seam shots, slants, and more. Might need space to operate at the NFL level, but you can find space at the NFL level thanks to good coaches and good schemes. Last year for Vandy, playing in the SEC, man. 62 catches, 85 targets, 769 yards. He had 4 touchdowns, 4 drops. And then, Chip, if we can show the testing numbers were absolutely bananas for Eli Stowers. 4.51, 45.5-inch vert, broad jump of more than 11 feet. Man. That's crazy. Do we have his relative athletic score as well that we can show? Or is that not as accessible? Which is
I
fine.
Get it in there. I can get in there easily.
But here's the thing with Stowers, right? 4.51, 45.5-inch vert. For a guy who at the NFL Combine weighed in at 239 pounds. Now, is he Kenyon Sadiq? No, but Kenyon Sadiq ran the fastest 40-yard dash of any tight end in the history of the Combine. And Kenyon Sadiq is a next-level athlete. But also, Stowers is taller than Kenyon Sadiq. But here is the RAS score for Eli Stowers. And this is also why some people have him listed as a wide receiver. I think he plays like tight end and wide receiver at the next level. He's 6'3", 239. So at the tight end position, that's a little bit light, but in recent years, the weight of tight ends has gone down. But the vert, 45.5 inches, broad, more than 11 feet. And that 40-yard dash of 4.51 at 6'3", 239 is just stupid. Excellent 20-yard split, 10-yard split, short area quickness, obviously. Always something important to gauge there. Eli Stowers, I think, is a round 2 player. And if he goes into round 3, that could be a steal. All right. More NFL draft buzz. According to Ian Rappaport, George Pickens not expected to be traded by the Cowboys. That's all we have as of right now.
Interesting. Who you said who had that? Rappaport?
Rappaport.
There were some Ricky scoops earlier in the day. Ricky, always showing up in moments like this. And he had said a couple of things. I hope they didn't get deleted.
Yeah, Ricky's always got some tweets.
But he had said the Cowboys were a team looking to move up for a receiver in particular. Now we'll see if they don't trade Pickens.
Yeah.
Then I don't know about that. He had said.
But do you operate under the premise that you've got Pickens for one more year potentially? Maybe.
Yeah.
They're at 12-20. So Dan Graziano had reported the Cowboys don't want to package 12-20 to move up, but shoot, if there's a player who you love and you want to move up, like, you've got the flexibility and the picks to do so.
I think his account's down again. Oh, Ricky.
Offer still on the table. $100 super chat. I'm taking a shot of Howie Roseman's Mezcal.
We're always battling, baby. 57 on Eagles right now, 41 on Niners. It's our super chat battle. Dylan, let's not bring up Ricky. Might as well quote my tweets. He's gotten a lot of stuff right, man. He's gotten a lot of stuff.
Also of note, Mike Vrabel scheduled to speak
Now.
any minute now. The Patriots scheduled a presser for 7:20. It is 7:20 right now. So I've got TweetDeck opened. And we will see what comes out of that. Is Mike Vrabel going to resign? That would be shocking. Could he step away for a year? Or is he just going to open it up for questions?
While we're at it, we're all about trying to break records, trying to be better every single year here on both the channels. And so one of the things that we want to do is see if we can pick up more subscribers this year on both channels combined than we did last year. And so let's see, we've gotten 11 so far on Niners. We've gotten 4, so that's 15 combined. And so last year on day one, we picked up 281 subscribers on both channels combined. 15 so far today in the first little bit that we've been live. Help us beat our record, baby. I'll tell you what, if we can beat that record of 281, which I think we should be able to do, I'll give y'all a beer bong free of charge.
We
got to get past that number. So lock us in. We're live all 3 days and videos all throughout the year. Multiple videos every single day. No better place to be, man.
You already know. Hit that sub button.
Is that live right now? The Vrabel thing?
Let's see.
Words were the 2.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, yeah? Got to lock into that.
Well, the audio is just absolutely atrocious on Patriots.
Words, thank you for another $2 super chat. What potential Niners players could be traded? I don't know if they trade any players necessarily. I'm kind of going through in my head, like, I mean, who's really expendable that would have value to other teams? I mean, the obvious one's Ayuk, but who's trading for him at this point? Other than that, I don't really think any during the draft would get moved. It's not often you see players get moved during the draft unless like a star player level move like we saw with Dexter Lawrence. But
I'm trying to hear what Vrabel's saying here.
Shame. Is it the Patriots? Okay, I see.
All right, passing along gratitude to the media, sucking up to the media. Vrabel taking accountability. My previous actions don't hold me to the standard that I hold myself to.
Doesn't sound like a resignation. A couple Niners fans saying Renardo Green could be traded. Then what do you have there? See, draft one.
It doesn't look like Vrabel is going to resign.
Did he do this just to suck up to the media?
It's just another apology.
I don't understand.
He did this the other day.
Dennis, guilty. Clearly guilty. Cool hand Luke, dude, but he's really apologizing this time. D Winners, C-Dub, yeah, that is a name to potentially watch out for. D Winners on an expiring deal. Jack Collier sending in the 5. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jack. Look, I was just tapped into the Patriots presser trying to see if Mike Vrabel is going to resign, but it's another apology tour from Vrabel. So he is not resigning. I guess he's just speaking with the media for the second time this week. Jack, much love from the UK. This is my first draft. Go Birds. Jack, we're so glad that you're spending your first draft with us. And our coverage is going to be phenomenal. Every time the Eagles make a pick, there isn't a channel on YouTube, as far as an Eagles content creator, that is going to have the information, the insight, the analysis, the graphics that we will have in talking about every single Eagles selection. Of course, for those of you watching the Niners Report, going to be the same thing over there. It's not going to be a minute video. I mean, we're going to do deep dive 8 to 15-minute videos on all of these picks. We'll recap every single day as well. The amount of content that we're going to give you over the next 3-4 days is going to be incredible. That's what we do. My guy Mike, he was doing the alligator crawl with ease. And people are talking that maybe Mike was doing a better alligator crawl than Christian McCaffrey. He was just as low, if not lower to the ground. Great hip flexibility and mobility. Upper body core strength was on display. Shout out Mike. The avid outdoorsman. Fitness and football, my dude. No Diddy. I mean, that's really what a lot of my life is nowadays. Fitness and football. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Get to hang out here with Chip. Get to hang out here with all of you. We get to talk about football in front of millions of people every single month. It's pretty incredible.
What more do you need, man?
Feeling blessed and lucky. If somebody sends in a $100 super chat, the offer is still on the table. I'm taking a shot of mezcal. I want to get this party started, but how about we do this? Until that clock hits 30 minutes, if somebody sends in a 50, I'll do a mezcal shot. $50 super chat, I'll do a mezcal shot to celebrate all of us being together and the NFL draft about to commence. Everybody filling in Pittsburgh tonight. Sun is starting to set. I think we see record-breaking numbers on hand for the draft in Pittsburgh. Peter Thurmond, $20 super chat. What's good, my guys and my real ones? Go Birds. Peter, hope all is well. You've been killing it on the grill of late. I know you're the grill master and the master chef for that matter. And Peter rocking the Real One shirt in his profile picture. Fukene!
Oh!
$50 super chat. I've got an NFL shot glass here. And Fukene answering the bell. I said a 50. I'd take a mezcal shot to celebrate the draft getting underway. And all of us being able to hang out together. So let's do it.
Fukene!
Now, fun note, Phosphoro is a mezcal company that Howie Roseman is a partner in. And if you remember the photos of when Jason Kelce told Howie that he was returning for another season, Howie and Jason actually took a shot of mezcal together. So let's take a shot together. I actually don't mind taking mezcal shots just solo. This is one that kind of has a fruity aftertaste. Not a sponsor, but they should be. No free sponsors. But cheers, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting the show. Thanks for supporting the content. I genuinely love you all. It's got that smoky aftertaste with a little bit of a fruity vibe. Okay, Laura, is the Jonathan Grenard news real? And has Vrabel started talking? So, Vrabel, I think, is still speaking right now. He is done, actually. He's done speaking.
Wow.
So, it was quick. He has not resigned. And are the Grenard rumors real? There was a reporter who kind of leaked that, like, the Jonathan Grenard trade is already done. If it happens, I don't know if it happens tonight because I think Grenard will demand a day 2 pick. The Eagles have 3 of them tomorrow. But Patrick Seaman, our Vikings host, threw out something to me that what if it included the Eagles moving up to 18, Grenard is a part of that trade, the Vikings get 23, and then maybe another pick. So that's something to potentially look out for, where the Eagles could get 18 and Grenard, but they might have to give up a second, maybe a third. We will see. American Eagle, $10 super chat, one of our super chat legends here. What's cool about doing events like this, we see some people for the first time in a long time that we usually see during our watch parties. And watch parties are always a blast, always so much fun. And American Eagle has been pacing the super chat battle in a lot of our watch parties. What's up, Chase? Just got back from Tennessee. Let's freaking go, Eagles. I hope we draft somebody good tonight. Me too. Me too. American Eagle, hope all is well with all of the exciting things that you've got going on in your life. Monroe Freeling is older than 18 years old, right? Yes, he's older than 18. Monroe Freeling is not 18 years old. In fact, he's 21 and he'll be 22 July 25th. So a younger player, like you compare Monroe Freeling, 21, Keldrick Falk out of Auburn, who I really like, is 21. He'll turn 22 in September. You compare those players to like Akeem Esador is 25. Pretty crazy the age range between those guys. I also a little bit earlier threw out a tweet of some sneaky players who I think could go in round 1 who haven't been included in a lot of mock drafts going in round 1. Traden Stukes, safety corner out of Arizona. Chris Johnson, corner, San Diego State. Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson. Malachi Lawrence, edge rusher, UCF. Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama. Zion Young, edge, Missouri. Colton Hood, the corner out of Tennessee. And D'Angelo Pons, the corner out of Indiana. I want to throw Jacob Rodriguez in there, too.
Shout out D'Angelo Pons, baby.
Chat Sports legend.
Chat Sports legend. Speaking of Twitter, if you want to shout out here on the show, I put the link in the chat to Chase's pinned tweet of the live stream here. Go retweet that. We'll give you all some shout outs for retweeting that pinned tweet.
They're playing the Vrabel clip. And in case you missed it, photos leaked today of Vrabel and Rossini together 6 years ago. 6 years ago. So it's not like this affair was happening just in Sedona, Arizona prior to the league meetings, it's been happening potentially for years.
Crazy.
Classic ESPN NFL Network. They just go to break right after that. Good segue by Rich Eisen.
Oh, man. All right, so as I said, I'll put that link in there one more time to Chase's pinned tweet of the stream.
Yep.
Go in there, retweet it, give you some shouts. Yes, C-Dub, the NFL did shorten the clock timer that teams had to pick in the first round.
Yep. It's 8 minutes. And my guy, John Middlecoff, host of the 3 and Out podcast, he's joined us here on the show. Works alongside Colin Cowherd, one of my podcasting goats. Thinks that in the future, he made a really good point. Given our attention spans are much more limited and shorter compared to even just a couple of years ago, I think soon in the first round, it'll be 5 minutes between picks. Also, this just in, Diana Rossini has deleted her Twitter. Everybody was digging up old Rossini tweets. She has deleted her Twitter. What an insane story.
Crazy. Dirty Diana.
Dirty Diana. Oh. Great song by Michael Jackson. And then The Weeknd did a great remake many years later.
Yeah, not good. Cool Rain's in the building. John Wallace in the building as well.
All right, I'm giving shout-outs to everybody who retweeted my pinned tweet. I'll give some shout-outs here real quick to those of you who retweeted my pinned tweet. So far, Cool Rains and Jake Chipper have retweeted my pinned tweet. So let me do this. I'm throwing my tweet in the chat. Give me a retweet on X, and I will give you a shout out. Give me a retweet for a shout. All right, we're 21 and a half minutes away from the Raiders being on the clock to kick off the 2026 NFL Draft. And our draft coverage is made possible thanks to our friends at Prize Picks. With their new social feeds feature, you can actually give me a follow on the app at Chase_Senior, and you can see my picks before you see them on the show. And right now, when you use our download link, which is in the chat, and you use our code HMA, when you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. It's very easy to use. You just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stats, and you can win some big-time money. Also, get familiar with their team picks as well, where you can pick winners, spreads, and totals. All transactions safe and secure. There have been more than 20 million users who have submitted a lineup with billions of dollars paid out. Team picks now available on Prize Picks as well, as you can see with this map here. Hopefully we can get it going in Pennsylvania. I've got to reach out to Josh Shapiro. Had him on the show last year pre-draft. I got to tell him, Josh, get Prize Picks going in Pennsylvania. Pick winners, spreads, pick totals. Here's some basketball postseason action tonight. And this is an example of a lineup where you choose more or less. Jalen Brunson, more than 26.5 points. Knicks Hawks underway. Jalen Johnson, less than 37.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Karl Anthony Towns, more than 14.5 points. This is a $20 entry to win $80. You want to support the show? Download the Prize Picks app, use our code HMA, and you'll become a winner in the process because when you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups.
Super Chats continue to fly in here tonight.
American Eagle! My wife and I had our child. We had a boy, and Tennessee was fun. I'm glad Tennessee was fun. Congratulations on the birth of your baby boy. We've got American Eagle and American Baby watching the show. Laura, $2 super chat. Thank you for that, too. From American Eagle to an American flag. Gotta love it. Words of wisdom. Chase sent you a DM on Twitter. Dirty Diana's workout. Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
I saw that earlier. I just popped up your DM. That's crazy. Yep. Diana Rossini's tweet. It's done. It's over. What kind of song are we hearing from the side of the draft right now? Giants fans are in tears. I'm not sure what's going on with those Giants fans, but it was looking as though they were in some tears. I guess they're really excited for the draft and moved by this song. Let's go back to our Super Chat menu. As always, all Super Chats get a shout out. You send in a $20 Super Chat. You enter a raffle to win an Eagles Now shirt or a 49ers Report shirt. We're keeping tallies of that. And that's for any Super Chat that's $20 or more. $50 Super Chat will be a beer cheers. Fukune. I gave you that shot of Mezcal, but I owe you this as well.
Cheers.
On top of Monana. $500 total doing a Mezcal shot. What channel can get to 500 first? Niners Report 114. Eagles Now 115. Here's the Super Chat battle, which we can show you on the screen. There is a dollar difference, which is fantastic. Whatever channel gets to 500 first, I will do a Mezcal shot for that channel. 17 minutes away from the start of the draft, and once the draft gets underway, man, we'll be doing deep dive analysis on every single pick. Eagles at 23, Niners at 27. Give you a recap video at the end of the night as well with some draft grades.
Let's do it.
Jason Dimmitt tuned in from Wood River. What's up, brother? The DoorDash King, how are you about to clap? That's what Vrabel was doing.
Ugh.
So when you delete your Twitter, do you lose all of your followers?
Oh, it's a good question. I'm not sure.
Let me see. Let's ask Grok. Because she had a half million followers. When you delete your Twitter, do you lose all of your followers? Asking Grok. When you permanently delete your X, you lose all of your followers.
Oh, wow.
Now, a deactivation is reversible for 30 days. During that time, your profile becomes hidden, but your followers and data are preserved. If you log back in within 30 days, everything, including your followers, should return, though there can sometimes be temporary glitches. Wow, look at that scene from Pittsburgh,
Oh,
man.
my gosh.
That is absolutely awesome. Pittsburgh is showing out for the draft.
Couple more super chats coming in. Robert Smith with the 5 on the 49ers report. 3 years in a row with you guys. Go Niners at the Eagles. Robert, appreciate you tuning in 3 years. This is my third year as well. Started in 23 after the draft, so I wasn't there for that. But 24, 25, now 26. So, Robert, me and you have been here the same amount of time. Shout out. And then we got a couple of 10s coming in on Eagles.
Let's go. Nate Phillips-Williams. Will Tanner McKee get traded during the draft since this is a quarterback week draft? You know, you mentioned that. And we were talking earlier about the Jonathan Grenard leak and how it's been reported that the Vikings want a day 2 pick. What if the Eagles trade away 23, they move up to 18, they somehow get Grenard, and to absorb some of the draft capital that they might have to give up, instead, what if they package Tanner McKee in that deal, knowing that the Vikings signed Kyler Murray to a 1-year contract? And it's a weak quarterback class for Minnesota. Nate Phillips-Williams, we might be onto something. Carol Hosey, let's go Birds. Let's get that Lombardi trophy back. Love you, Chase. Love you, Chip. Real one. Carol, good to hear from you as always. Hope all is well.
We are just over 10 minutes away until the Raiders are on the clock. And a reminder, that means we are just about 10 minutes away until our merch deal is over. So you have 12 more minutes to take advantage. Our show-branded merch, 50% off. Never had a deal this big. Until 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, about 12 minutes to go. An Eagles Now shirt for our Eagles viewers out there. 49ers Support shirt for our 49ers viewers, as well as a 49ers Support hat. And there's other Chat Sports merch on there as well. If you just want some general Chat Sports merch like this hat. Again, 50% off these items I'm showing you on screen right now. Chatsports.com/merch. Links in the chat. Under 12 minutes until the draft starts, under 12 minutes until that deal expires. All right, here's what I want to do. Currently, we are sitting with 454 people watching on Eagles, 691 on Niners, 229 likes on Eagles, 240 likes on Niners. If you're excited for the draft, baby, hit that thumbs up icon and like the stream. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. If we can pick up another 50 likes, so if we can get to 280 on Eagles and 290 on Niners by the time I get back, I'm going to give y'all a free chug of this Miller Lite before the draft starts. So get it going. And if we get there by the time I get back, I got y'all. Let's do it.
Let's do it. You heard it from Chip. All right. What do we got here? Brennan $2 super chat. We'll get that popped up once Chip comes back. Should the Niners draft O-line or edge round 1? So what I did in my final mock, I moved back into round 2 to, I believe, 35. And I drafted a guard there. And then I went edge later in the second round. I think that's a sound strategy. Now, if a Maxi Honachor, a Caden Proctor, a Monroe Freeling somehow drops to the Niners, I would take one of those players. Blake Miller would just be okay. You know, he doesn't do anything that's too special to me. He's just steady Eddie. Good character guy, smart football player, but I don't think there's a ton of upside there for him to get that much better. I think he's like Mike McGlinchey. So I'd rather trade back for a guard and then go edge later round 2. And then you get a third-round pick back is what I did in that trade, moving back from 27 to 35. Arizona moves to 27. That allows them to draft Ty Simpson. 35, Besantis. Second-round pick, Gabe Jackas is what I went with. And then wide receiver in round 3 because the Niners currently don't have a third-round pick. They traded that away for Osa Digizua. So that's kind of my thought process there. I think that's the smartest play. If you can get a third-rounder by trading back, I would do it personally. What else we got? A couple of those $10 super chats came in on Eagles. Laura just sent in a 2. Again, when Chip comes back, he's the producer running the show. He's got all the control, so we'll pop that super chat up as well. I will give more shout-outs to those of you who retweeted my pinned tweet. We got some more retweets there. Cool Rains, Hedgehog Action, Hey Bro, Omno TK, and then Bryce Anderson. Thanks for showing love on X.
Go, baby. John, so what you'll have to do is it might not show it like on the site for the 50% off, which has 7 minutes left, but once you add it to your cart, and again, it has to be one of the items that I sent on the link in the chatsports.com/merch. It doesn't include everything, but whatever's on the page of the link I just sent, try adding it to your cart first, and then it should apply. But it might not say it on the site. You'll have to add it to the cart first. All right, we didn't quite get the goal I set, but we got pretty close. So I'll give y'all like a half jug here. Let's go.
Man, so I'm telling everybody right now, like, casual fans might not be into this draft because they say, who are the star players in this draft? Where are the quarterbacks? This draft is going to be one of the more exciting drafts because so many unknowns. And I think there is a record amount of trades that potentially happen in the draft as a whole, but also potentially in round 1. And we're less than 6 minutes away from it getting underway. Brennan, $2 super chat. Should the Niners draft O-line or edge in round 1? I answered that when Chip was away. And then we had Dennis Design send in the 20. Chase, don't hate you. Getting my teeth work done. It's a fortune. No worries, brother. I was just messing with you the other day when we were going back and forth. I know that you love A.J. Brown. I love A.J. Brown as well. Unfortunately, I just think it's going to result in him getting traded. Now, if you're an Eagles fan, and if A.J. Brown does get traded to New England, there are early signs that the Patriots season in 2026 could be a disaster. This whole Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini, situation that's been going on. The Patriots won a lot of games in fluky ways last year. They also had one of the weakest, like a historically weak schedule. But because they won the division and made it to the Super Bowl, their schedule this year is going to be a lot harder. And I say that because if the Eagles trade AJ to New England and they get a first-round pick back, we want the Patriots to be awful in 2026. There aren't like protections on these picks like you would have in the NBA. If the Patriots had the worst record in the NFL in 2026 and the Eagles got that first-round pick, they'd be picking number 1, for instance. So I'd be rooting for the Patriots' downfall in 2026. Nate Phillips-Williams, and they will be the villains. $2. I have a gut feeling Howie will move up for an offensive lineman. If he does, I saw some people complaining about that. But as an Eagles fan, have you enjoyed having John Running and Trey Thomas as your tackles to kick off the Andy Reid era in the early 2000s? Did you enjoy having Jason Peters put together a Hall of Fame career with the Eagles? Have you enjoyed seeing Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson be your bookend tackles? It might not be a sexy position to trade up for, but it's an important position. Like Lane Johnson was, the 3rd pick in 2013? It's a pick and a position that is worth trading up for. And it results in winning. Eagles' winning percentage with Lane Johnson is damn near 70%. Without him, it plummets.
Andrew Nathan coming in with a $5 super chat. 3 minutes away. The anticipation is building. B-Doc in the building. Chilling at Chipper's house. Say hello to Nacho for me. Shout out my cat Nacho. Took down our blinds last night. That was not fun. Woke up in the middle of the night and thought somebody was breaking in. Nope, it was just my cat crashing our blinds down.
Nacho's wilding all the time. Nacho's a crazy character. 2.5 minutes until the start of the draft. My brother, Andrew Nathan. Always appreciate the tweets. Andrew, I don't see all of your tweets when you respond, but for some reason I get notifications when you do respond to my tweets, so I always love seeing you chop it up. Chase, I think if we take a tackle, Howie jumps back into the first for a safety or wide receiver. Thoughts? Also, NFL not investigating Vrabel and Rossini as Bush League. Roger Goodell said it didn't fall under the NFL conduct policy, which is why the NFL isn't investigating the Vrabel side of it. And from a legal sense, that does make sense. Is a Bush League, the optics of it aren't great. There could have been tampering or collusion there for sure. And Rossini could have been actively trying to drive the price tag down for the love of her life in Mike Vrabel. But from a legal sense, it's hard to investigate that. And yes, Andrew, you make a good point. There is some chatter that the Eagles could look to trade back into the end of round 1. So could they trade up and then trade back into round 1? Again, I just can't wait to see how this draft unfolds.
Laura coming in with another 2.
B-Doc's in the building. What's up, B-Doc? Laura, how did Vrabel, or why did Vrabel air the dirty laundry again? Look, I think Vrabel the other day had that press conference where this is a PR masterclass and PR 101. The Patriots at the last moment made Mike Vrabel available. Originally, 2 Patriots players were supposed to be available. Then they threw it on everybody last minute that Vrabel was going to speak. Why is that significant? Because people didn't have the time to plan to attend that press conference. Vrabel spoke, gave an opening statement, which was very vague. Pretty much the takeaway was, I've had difficult conversations with my family. And then he took questions off camera that were not about the controversy and the scandal. But then today, when the photos leak of them together 6 years ago, and given all the heat that he was taking on social media, I think he had no other choice but to speak. I thought maybe he was going to resign, although I thought that was a slim possibility, but I think that was the tactic there. All right, the NFL draft is about to get underway. I want everybody watching right now to type go. Ladies and gentlemen, the Las Vegas Raiders are about to be on the clock. Type go right now.
Let's go.
If you're pumped up for this draft. Almost 1,000 people watching live on Niners. Almost 600 people watching live on Eagles. I want more than 1,000 people in here on both streams. Type go. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. We've got the drone shots hovering over the crowd. The stage is set. Draft is about to get underway. Here we go. The terrible towels are waving. It's going to be electric. Awesome, awesome environment.
Get them going. Get them going. Go, 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 go.
Type go. Type go.
And obviously we know who's going number 1, but the intrigue starts at number 2. We have no idea what the Jets are going to do. Figure it's Arvell Reese or David Bailey, but yeah, we really have no clue. Again, I got some cheddar on some of these selections. Uh-oh. Here comes Goodell.
Here comes Goodell.
Boo.
He's getting booed. That's a tradition. Boo. Type boo in the chat. Type boo in the chat.
Boo this man.
More than 300,000 people on hand for night 1.
The boos are loud.
Love that from Goodell. Happy to be here in a city built on grit, built on steel. TJ Watt, Cam Hayward on the draft stage. TJ Watt gets a big ovation. And then the captain, Cam Hayward, getting a standing ovation as well.
I need the Giants to take Jeremiah Love at 5.
Yeah, I've got to tap into Prize Picks here. Cam Hayward getting the fans pumped up.
I've got Love going number 5. I've got Dallas drafting Tyson. And that was after that rookie bomb earlier.
Yeah,
They were trading up for a receiver. Now I'm not as confident in that one. I've got the Dolphins to draft Francis Maui-Noah. I've got the Jets. This is a sneak. I got the Jets to draft Ty Simpson because Ricky also said earlier today that either the Jets or the Cardinals expect one of them to trade back up into the first to get Ty Simpson. It's been all Cardinals, but I'm going for a higher payout with the Jets. And then I also have the Niners, their first pick, to be either a corner or a safety. I don't think it'll be corner, but I'm really doing that for the safety spot. So
is this under team picks or culture picks?
It is under the team picks.
Okay.
And you can do exact pick. You could do landing
Oh,
spot.
I like that.
Those are the two I like. But they also have, like, will a player be drafted in the top 10 in the first round? What position will the team's first pick be? Bunch of stuff on there.
Ben Roethlisberger. What'd you put as your job occupation on Prize Picks?
I should other.
Other?
Yeah.
I like that.
YouTuber wasn't on there, so. $5 grass, guys. If Jalen uses his legs this season, the sky is the limit with or without AJ. Period. Yeah, was reluctant to use his legs last year. We'll see the new offense if he's a little more open to it this year. $2 from Maximilian Zwicker. Shout out for that. And Abraham Silva with the 2. Go Niners. Abraham, thank you.
Okay, I'm going David Bailey to the Jets at number 2. $5 to win 13.
Is he? There's been a lot of movement there. Is he the favorite right now, or is he second behind Reese?
It's very close.
Very
it's
close.
almost like neck and neck. Yeah. I think he's a slight favorite. Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock.
Let's go, baby. Raiders on the clock.
8 minutes in between picks. So right now the Raiders have 7 minutes and 5 seconds to make their selection. So we imagine it's going to be Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah. Absolutely.
A reminder, share the stream so your friends don't miss out. You can retweet my pinned tweet. You can share this video on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Share the stream so your friends don't miss out. Let's go to Fernando Mendoza's scouting report. 245.2 total yards per game in 2025 for the Raiders. That was the fewest in the NFL. Mendoza's almost in tears right now in anticipation of him getting selected. I do think for Fernando Mendoza, the skill set does translate well to the next level. I think the size is good enough at 6'5". I think the arm strength is good enough. He's got a prototypical frame, great leadership traits. At the NFL Combine, one thing that really stood out is how glowingly all of his teammates spoke about him. I love his ability to throw with timing, touch, accuracy, and anticipation. His toughness is also incredible. I mean, the opening play against Ohio State, everybody at Lucas Oil Stadium during the Big Ten championship game thought that he was getting knocked out. And he comes back in, and in crunch time, clutch time, he was great. The concern is that I think he took like 6 snaps under center while at Indiana and in college. So in this Clint Kubiak offense, he's going to be under center a lot, but in the pre-draft, he's been working with people familiar with the Kubiak system, and so that can help him translate. The Raiders also signed Kirk Cousins, so if Mendoza isn't ready, Cousins is a great person to learn from. Completed 72% of his passes last year. Really good accuracy, 3,500 yards, 41 passing touchdowns to 6 picks. The Indiana team did have some really good weapons at the wide receiver position, but he also gave them chances to be successful. So I think Mendoza is going to be a really good quarterback at the next level. I think this is an easy decision to take him number one. Speaking of ones, Edward, $1 super chat. Thank you for that, my man. Glad that you're here.
Raiders going to milk this. You already know. They've known the pick for months. B-Doc. The Eagles will be drafting Jake Chipper as Waterboy. 1 year, 10 mils. Sign me up. Are you kidding me?
Chip's got the speed to do it.
1 year, 10 mil to be a Waterboy?
He's got the speed to do it.
I'll be the best damn Waterboy out there, man. Oh, they're not milking it. The pick is in.
Pick is in already for Las Vegas. Why waste time?
Yeah.
We know what you're doing.
And here it is. Official.
It is official. With the first overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders are selecting Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza. 22 years old, redshirt junior, made the smart decision to come out and declare for the draft. Stands at nearly 6'5", 236 pounds. Completed 72% of his passes last year, 3,500 yards, 48 total touchdowns to 6 interceptions en route to Indiana, winning the national championship. Prototypical frame, great leadership traits, really good communicator, vibrant personality that rubs off on teammates, and it matters for a culture. Mechanically very sound, accurate, able to layer his throws between levels. That's what I love about Mendoza. The timing, touch, accuracy, anticipation, and the ability to layer throws. Won't be as much of a threat when he's forced to extend the play, but as we saw at that quarterback draw against Miami late in the game, he can run a little bit. What I also love about him, his toughness. So Mendoza goes to the Raiders. He is not attending the draft. He's at home. Of note, his mother does have MS, so she's usually in a wheelchair. Right now she's on the couch. I imagine being at home makes it a lot easier for her. Mendoza, he earned it with tears coming out of his eyes, hugging all of his family members. A great moment for him. I think he's going to be a good pro, but what do you think? Will Mendoza be successful for the Las Vegas Raiders? I think he will be. Does he have a bazooka for an arm? No, but you don't need it.
Will he save the Raiders? We will see. He will still suck.
Sean Mosley with the $5 super chat. They might very well suck, although I don't hate what they did in free agency. They spent nearly $300 million on day one, mostly to address the defense, which needed to happen. Here's Sean. Why in God's green earth does the Chiefs have the 9th overall pick, Chase? This is ridiculous because they weren't good last year. They were awful. And Patrick Mahomes had one of the worst years of his career. And he also tore his ACL late in the season. Let me give you some crazy stats, too, on Mendoza. Or on Mahomes, excuse me. I'm going to pull up these numbers on Mendoza. Okay, Patrick Mahomes in 2025, Sean. based off your super chat. Career worst completion rate, career worst accuracy, career worst touchdown rate, career worst third down conversion rate, career worst sack per pressure rate, career worst sack rate, career worst sack and interception rate, career worst pass rate outside of the numbers, career worst completion rate over expected, career high tight window throw rate. So the tight window throw rate was really good. He did not get a lot of support, but he also did not perform all that well. So an interesting season for Mahomes and a big bounce back season coming up for him. Mauricio, $5 super chat. Raiders are going to waste Mendoza's talent. Shaking my head. See, it's all about organizational structure, organizational stability. The Raiders have not had that. Can they finally find it? If they find it, Mendoza can be successful. I also like Clint Kubiak as the hiring there. A lot of people speak very highly of their GM, John Spytek, who used to work under Howie Roseman. Before that, he was an intern for the Eagles. If they can get that figured out, I like the plan, right? Sign a center in Tyler Linderbaum. I still think they need to address the offensive line in this draft. They need a wide receiver. It's a deep wide receiver class, which is good for them. You've got Ashton Genty, though. You have Brock Bowers. You spent a lot of money on defense. So the pieces are there. But again, sometimes bad organizations stay bad. Pick is in for the Jets. I chose David Bailey.
I don't know yet.
Hopefully it's David Bailey. $5 to win 13 on Prize Picks.
It's got to be Bailey or Reese, man. One of the two. And Chase. Cash
Let's go! Cash it in on Prize Picks with the second pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. The hapless New York Jets select David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech. 6'3", 5'8", 251 pounds. Last year for Texas Tech, 52 tackles, 19 and a half TFLs, 14 and a half sacks with 73 pressures. You talk about production, he's got it. Highly productive edge who beats opponents around the edge with speed, dip, and bend. That's what you got to be able to do at 251 pounds. You can't just win with power. He's very shifty as a pass rusher. Has some good moves and hand usage. The run defense, the shedding and the instincts, they lag behind a little bit. He's got to get better there. But as a pass rusher, I think he was the better pick as compared to Arvell Reese. His testing numbers also just an athletic phenom. 4.5 40-yard dash flat. I mean, 4.5 flat's ridiculous. 35-inch vert, a broad jump of nearly 11 feet. And why do you measure vert and broad? That is short area, quick burst, and explosiveness. When you are a pass rusher, what do you need coming off the edge? You need burst and explosion. David Bailey has it. So, like with Mendoza, sometimes it can come down to organizational stability, having good leadership, having good people in place. The Jets haven't had that. Woody Johnson's an awful owner. At least Mark Davis will spend. And at least he cares. Sometimes I don't know if Woody Johnson cares about the Jets. But for a defensive-oriented head coach in Aaron Glenn, I would have gone David Bailey over Arvell Reese. Which brings us to the Arizona Cardinals at number 3. And Chip, I have no idea where the Cardinals go here. Will it be Jeremiah Love?
No clue, man.
Will it be Francis Maui-Noah?
Could be, yeah.
Will it be a trade back? That's the intrigue that this draft has and possesses, is all the intrigue. We just don't know what the hell's going to happen in this draft. The playoff game against Oregon, by the way, Texas Tech, had a lot of success with David Bailey. He'll flash a lot of power for a guy who is 251 pounds. Backside close is really good. And while he's not great against the run, the backside pursuit is important against the run. Wow. David Bailey is the highest drafted Jets defensive player in franchise history.
I hope it's not Love here, man. I got Love going to the Giants on Prize Picks, so I desperately need that to not be the case. It will automatically be the wrong pick because it's the Jets. All right, well, we have a second here while we wait for this Cardinals selection. It is that time again. To tell you guys about another one of our sponsors here in Chubbies. When you get a sec.
Yep.
Cook, Howie Cook, Trey, Jake Elliott. It will automatically be the wrong pick because it's the Jets. And maybe they just have no luck. Whoever they take, not going to play well. We'll see, though. We will see. So Arizona's been on the clock. They have 2 minutes left to make their selection.
Looks like the pick is in for Arizona here. Let's quickly get to our friends at Chubbies. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, hitting the golf course, or you're getting away for a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our viewers 20% off your order using our code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That's code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show and tell them that we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies. With springtime here, you got to enhance and spice up your wardrobe. Look at that polo right there. I love their prints and their colors. And it serves all types of purposes. Do their clothing items, whether you're golfing with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, going on a date. They have bright polos that demand attention, killer shorts that show off those beautiful legs if you've been putting in work during leg day. Also, their swim trunks are awesome. So get 20% off using our code CHATSPORTS, chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That's chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. 20% off. Link is in the chat. Chip, bad news for you.
No.
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, a little bit of a shocker. The Arizona Cardinals are selecting running back Jeremiah Love. And with that, if Robert Saleh's making the pick at 4, we'll talk more about Love here. I think it's Sonny Styles at number 4 for the Titans. I'm going to go Styles to the Titans.
That's a good call. I forgot you can do it live.
What's that?
I said that's a good call. I forgot.
Yeah, kind of waiting and seeing.
Damn.
Okay, so another reason why you should hang out here with us during our draft coverage is we have the picks before the broadcast does. More than 1,000 people watching live on the Niners Report, 600 people watching live on Eagles. Do me a favor, continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. And it's Jeremiah Love to Arizona. 20 years old, by the way. Really started to flash to me in the college football playoff, especially in that game against Penn State, where he had some mean, rugged runs, especially that one where it seemingly looked like he got upended, remained upright, had that contact balance to stay on his feet, kind of was on all fours there, and found the end zone. This is a very dynamic playmaker who is a do-it-all, three-down back. So Arizona here, while they don't have a quarterback, I think they try to get Ty Simpson later. It would be very smart to team up a running back on a rookie deal with a quarterback on a rookie deal to really have a stable offense. Love is a true three-down back, big frame, big speed, also has receiving ability. He ran receiver drills at the NFL Combine. He's got the wiggle to make guys miss, but he can also run through contact for extra yardage. I think at times maybe he's a little bit too urgent, but what scheme is he running in? Outside zone. You have to be decisive in that scheme, and Jeremiah Love is. 199 carries for 1,372 yards last year, 6.9 yards per tote, 27 catches for 280 yards, 21 total touchdowns, and he was already going to be a first-round pick. Now, what does he do at the NFL Combine? He's willing to run receiver drills. He's willing to partake in drills. When all these other prospects are electing not to test, he tests, and now he goes number 3. 4.36, 40-yard dash. And I think he's a plug-and-play guy right from the jump. Offensive line obviously has to get better. They got to find a quarterback. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I did have Jeremiah Love going to the Cardinals in my final mock draft on the chase down last night. I got to a point where, like the NFL, I was devaluing the running back spot a few years ago. I looked at it as expendable. You can find quality players mid to later rounds. You can sign guys for cheap and they can be productive. But there's been a shift. Look at what Christian McCaffrey did for the Niners in 2023. Saquon Barkley for the Eagles in 2024. This past year, James Cook, Derrick Henry the last couple of years, and obviously with Tennessee. And as teams have started to play more too high, taking away explosive passing plays, what have teams countered that by doing? Running the football more and playing more bully ball, and Jeremiah Love helps you do that. And this is a guy who you know is going to be able to give you a stable back as a runner, but he's a weapon catching the ball out of the backfield as well. Fill in the blank for me. Love will be a top blank back in his rookie year. He's so much better than Ashton Genty. Let's say that.
And how about this? Jeremiah Love will make $50.5 million fully guaranteed in his rookie contract, the most fully guaranteed money ever given to a running back in NFL history.
Wow. Wow.
I think he could be easily a top 10 back right away. Now, Arizona still has some offensive line issues to address, but yeah, now the Niners will have to deal with this for at least the next 5 years. Probably the best player in the draft, as Neil says. And the Giants are already a minute into being on the clock. The Titans pick already in. This is going a lot faster with the new time that they had to pick. It's shorter this year. So where does Tennessee go? Arvell Reese is falling. Do they go Sonny Styles? Oh! This is a shocker here. The Tennessee
Carnell
Titans.
Tate.
Wow.
That's not a Robert Saleh pick. If Saleh was making that pick, everybody was saying it was going to be Sonny Styles. But it's going to be Carnell Tate at number 4 to Tennessee. You get Cam Ward, a number 1 wide receiver here. Carnell Tate, 21 years old, 6'2 and a quarter, 192 pounds. He ran that 4.5 at the combine. I'm not too concerned about it. Still one deep, has good size, complete route runner, steadily productive. Fantastic hands and body control along with improved route running. Constantly made big plays in contested catch situations. He can add a little bit more mass and strength, but he's got to be careful with that because I don't want that to slow him down. Wow. So the pick is in for Tennessee. And they go Carnell Tate, the first shocker of the draft.
Wow, wow, wow. So where do the Giants go here? You know what? I'm going on Prize Picks right now.
Is it Caleb Downs?
That's where I'm going. I just submitted it. 10 to win 27. Caleb Downs. He was actually fourth.
I'm doing it too.
Fourth on Prize Picks in terms of the favorite. I'm going Downs. Styles is an option as well, for sure. I think it's one of those two.
Yeah, Styles is an option because I just submitted it. Do the Giants think that Caleb Downs could be available at 10? And if the Giants think that Downs can be available at 10, do you go Styles here at number 5?
Yeah, I mean,
I went Caleb Downs because you think Ed Reed, Kyle Hamilton for John Harbaugh. You also think middle linebacker Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen. I actually think it might be Styles. Styles or Love, I think, is the pick for the Giants.
Grade the pick of Tate in the chat. The first real shocker we've had so far. And no trades
It's
yet.
Arvell Reese.
Whoa!
They go edge.
I wonder if they plan to try to... that's strange.
They go edge.
Wow.
Arvell Reese to the Giants at number 5. Do they think that Caleb Downs will drop to 10? Now I have no idea what happens. See, this is why I was excited for this draft. None of us knew what the fuck was going to happen. Arvell Reese, number 5 to the Giants. Another Ohio State Buckeye off the board, 20 years old, 6'4 and 1/8, 241 pounds. To me, I have concerns here. Because for Arvell Reese, I think he's a tweener. 241, he can't play edge every down at 241. Do you want to play an off ball? He did a little bit of that. 69 tackles, 10 TFL, 6.5 sacks, 23 pressures. Does have an elite combination of size and speed at his age with room to grow into his frame. Has the versatility to be deployed as a stand-up edge or an off-ball linebacker. At times, he can be late to diagnose plays and react. But the athleticism, man, it's certainly there. 4.46. Chiefs have traded up to 6.
Wow.
Chiefs have traded up to 6. Who's this for? I'm 1 for 2 on the prize pick selections.
Who is this going to be for, man? We have Caleb Downs still there, Sonny Styles.
The Browns and Chiefs have been deep in talks on a trade to send Kansas City up to number 6, Cleveland back to 9. So here are the best players available. Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Mansour Delane, Ruben Bain. The picks so far, we can run through those real quick. Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders, not a surprise. David Bailey to the Jets, not a surprise. This is where things have gotten pretty fun. Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals at number 3. Carnell Tate to the Titans at number 4. And then the Giants go Arvell Reese.
And we have the full trade details now. Here momentarily. But who are the Chiefs trading up for? Is it Ruben Bain?
Saints have been doing work at edge. They were ahead of the Chiefs, correct?
Yes, they were.
So this could be Kansas City jumping New Orleans to get Ruben Bain. The Saints are also in on wide receivers, but now Carnell Tate is off the board. I think so far, Titans should have taken Sonny Styles. Giants should have taken Caleb Downs.
And here are the full trade details. They are now in, as it's now the Chiefs on the clock. The Browns move down 3 spots. They get a 3rd-round pick at number 74 and a 5th-round pick at number 148. So Browns move down to 9. They pick up a 3rd and a 5th. Chiefs up to 6, and who are they eyeing?
So number 6. That's where the Chiefs are right now.
And the pick is in. And not what I was expecting at all for a trade up here.
Mansour Delane. I'll tell you what, Prize Picks is on it. Because even though the picks haven't been announced on TV, they've got the tweet noties on. They know when these picks are coming in.
Smart.
Shout out Prize Picks. The Kansas City Chiefs at number 6 are taking Mansour Delane. The top corner in this draft, in my opinion, 5'11", 3/4, 182 pounds. They traded away Trent McDuffie. They lost Jalen Watson. They lost Brian Cook at safety. So they're rebuilding the secondary here, and they're starting with Delane. 5th overall player on Downey's board. Smooth athlete who can stick to players in coverage and offers man-zone flexibility. Dealt with a core muscle injury in 2025. Still had teams not throwing his way. That LSU team was also a disaster. Athletic profile is closer to average than elite, but he also ran like a 4.3 40-yard dash at his pro day. So who's on the clock here at 7 now?
It is
90.5 overall Pro Football Focus grade for Delane last year.
That's crazy.
Oh, Washington, right?
Yep, Washington now on the
Washington is Sonny Styles. Dan Quinn really wants Sonny Styles.
Sean Mosley coming in with another $5 super chat here on Niners. Chase, I'm literally grabbing my, hope I say this right, Liga Privada cigar and a bourbon.
Let's go.
Nice.
Hey, if somebody sends in a 50, I'll do another shot of Mezcal. If somebody sends in another 50, I'll do another shot of Mezcal. But it's got to be in before the Commanders make their next pick.
Sean says, what's your vice? I'll get you something too.
Okay, literally grabbing my Liga Privada cigar and a bourbon. What's your vice? I'll get you something too. Honestly, Mary Jane treats me very well. I like Mary Jane and we're friends because I'm not hungover the next day, to be honest with you. Nowadays, with all the THC drinks that they have, I think the flavors are awesome. If we're talking a shot, I like tequila or I like mezcal. This is Howie Roseman's mezcal, Phosphoro. It's excellent. Smoky taste with the fruity finish. I used to like whiskey and take a lot of shots of whiskey with my sister. Hangovers are too brutal, so I'm out on that. I do like espresso martinis from time to time. I like margaritas. My mom loved margaritas. I love a glass of Cabernet. I love cigars, Sean. And Sean, if you want to send me a cigar, I'll shoot you my email or we'll pop it up. chase@chatsports.com. I'll send you my address. Words of Wisdom sent me a cigar. I love cigars. So a cigar and some mezcal. How about that? That's a vibe for me. Sean, here's my email down below. If you want to send me one, email me and I'll send you the address to our studio. You're the man. James Foster, Niners taking Dylan Thieneman with their first pick. I don't think he's there at 27. I think he's there and taken by the Vikings at 18 or the Panthers at 19.
So Commanders at 7. Probably Styles. I wonder what Prize Picks is on that.
Yeah, it was like 5 to win 8.
Wow, and Shedra says the Giants do not intend to trade Kayvon Thibodeau.
Final year of his contract, I guess.
Uh-oh. Here we go, Chase.
Gump Wolf, $50 super chat. What is up, my brother? Appreciate you, my man. Hope all is well, Gump Wolf. By the way, if some of you have sent me DMs on Instagram, it's really hard for me to keep track of those. So if I haven't responded to you, Gump Wolf, in a little while, I get like dozens and dozens of DMs a day. I'm already on my phone like 6 to 7 hours a day with my job. It's hard for me to be on my phone on top of that even more. So don't take it personal. Black Mask, if you're watching, you know the deal. But Gump Wolf, $50 super chat. I got an NFL shot glass. Cheers, everybody. And cheers to all of us being together for the first round of the NFL draft. Sean Mosley, done and done, my man. I don't see the email, Sean, but when you send it, I'll look out for it. So we're waiting for the Commanders at 7. Is it sunny?
It is indeed.
It is sunny. All right, we're 2 for 4. Batting 50% on the pick so far on Prize Picks. Sonny Styles to the Commanders at number 7. For Eagles fans, this is a really good player who's now entering the division. Another Ohio State player taken who is also extremely young, 21 years old. That NIL money went crazy, and they recruited some dogs. 6'5", 244. And some people might ask, Chase, why do you like Styles but you don't like Reese? I know that Styles is an off-ball linebacker. I don't know what Arvell Reese is, and I don't like taking tweeners that early. For Styles, though, he's got Fred Warner ability. 82 tackles, 6.5 TFLs, 4 PBUs, a pick, a forced fumble last year. Elite athlete who began his career at safety before the switch to linebacker. He's got strong hands to leverage and anchor, run gaps, but can also work through traffic. Recognition of blocking schemes needs a little bit of work. You know it doesn't need work? The athleticism. 4'4", 640, 43.5-inch vert, 11-foot 2-inch broad, 4.26 shuttle, 709 3-cone. Guy is an athletic demon.
All right, so again, to recap, as the Saints are now on the clock at 8. Obviously, Mendoza went 1. David Bailey at 2 to the Jets. Jeremiah Love at 3 to the Cardinals. The first real shocker of the draft is Cardinal Tate goes to the Tennessee Titans at number 4. Arvell Reese to the Giants at 5. Chiefs trade up with the Browns to draft Mansour Lane at 6. And then Sonny Styles going to Washington at number 7. So where does New Orleans go here?
Ruben Bain would be my guess here. If you're talking value, shit. Caleb Downs could be a good selection. Took Kelvin Banks last year. Don't think they need to go Francis Maui-Noah. I think the Browns traded back to 9 knowing they can get Spencer Fano. Donnie Darko wannabe, hype for the Eagles pick. We love Chase Sr., and I love you. Thanks for being here. Honestly, it is a dream to be able to do this. 5 years old, wanted to become a sports broadcaster, always grew up watching the draft, and to be live for the draft on this platform with this many people watching, this many eyeballs, with some great people watching, hanging out here at Chat Sports HQ, it's incredible. And what we do wouldn't be possible without all of the support from the legends and the real ones who watch this show.
And the Saints pick is in at number 8.
Is it Ruben Bain?
It is not.
Jordan Tyson goes in the top 10. This was one of the biggest draft mysteries. Where was Jordan Tyson gonna go? And he goes to New Orleans here at number 8. This is the ultimate boomer bust player. 6'2", 203 pounds, limited action last year for Arizona State. Still had 61 catches for 711 yards and 8 touchdowns. Jordan Tyson has some twitch to his game. He's got some wiggle. If you were to put a silhouette on him, he moves like Justin Jefferson or OBJ. Quality route runner. He's going to help his quarterback find success in contested catches. He's not a burner, but he's fast and quick enough. I like the explosion. The medical red flags are the thing for me. Never played a full season in college. Torn ACL, MCL, PCL. Multiple hamstring issues. Ankle issue. Broken collarbone. But if he's right, a lot of people loved him. Another concern, doesn't play that physical. So he gets jammed at the line. I do think the Saints front office is a pretty good one. I think this is a little bit too early, though, for Jordan Tyson. All right, let's do this. Let's beat our likes record from 2025. 2025 draft day 1, we did 2,029 likes. Which stream? Is this for both?
I combined them.
Combined. Today, we have 800 likes. Let's get more than 2,000 likes on both the streams right now. We're at 800 combined. If you're enjoying hanging out, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. All right, I think Spencer Fano is the pick for the Browns at number 9.
He's far and away.
It's almost
favorite.
even odds.
Yeah.
It's $5 to win 5. It's almost not even worth taking.
Yeah. And then 10 is the Giants. Got to be Downs. That's almost even.
Yeah.
11 for the Dolphins. I do have Maui Noah. I got that in pre-draft.
You probably got some good value there.
10 to win 55.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
Now he is.
So that's at number 11?
Yeah, now he's.
Oh, 1.33x.
That's value. But I got everything else wrong so far. Oh, the draft, man. It's wild.
Yeah, I think it's Fano.
And how about this? Shout out to y'all. Just a couple minutes ago, we said we were at 800 likes. We're now up to 953. Let's get to 1,000 combined. We're so close. When we get to 1,000 combined, I got like half this Miller left. I'll down the rest of it here. We need 50 more likes combined on both streams. We can get there easily.
Prize Picks, I got $5 to win 6 for Fano to Cleveland.
Hey, you'll take it.
We'll take it. Because I think it's close to a lock. And that's one of those ones where if I can be 3 for 5 so far, I like that. I like that.
And there it is. Just like that. 1,000 likes combined. We're only 8 picks in, and we're well on our way to break our record. So, shout out to y'all. Let me chug this Miller. Chugging the Miller with the Eagles. Take Blake Miller. We'll see. All you have is light beer. That's all we got in the office, man.
Yeah, we got a lot of light beer at the office. We don't have like IPAs or anything like that. It's on the office budget, you know? We're not paying for it. The bosses are.
Take what I can get.
And I've got a beer take, actually. You know, after the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing, Bud Light tanked. I actually like Bud Light. They're one of the only beers that doesn't use seed oils. It's a clean ingredient beer. And if Shane Gillis is going to promote Bud Light, Peyton Manning as well, Chase Sr. can too. No free sponsors, not a sponsor, but they should be. Bud Light, hit us up.
Bad look for Josina. She tweeted out that the Chiefs took Sonny Styles at 6. That did not happen. That did not happen. And there you go, Chase.
Spencer Fano.
Indeed. Another one.
We're 3 for 5, baby. We're 3 for 5. Fano is the selection that I would go with if I were Cleveland ahead of Maui Noah. 21 years old, 6'5.5", played right tackle for Utah. Caleb Lomu was the left tackle for the Utes under Kyle Whittingham, who is now the head coach for Michigan. Like that hire. Classic Michigan type of coach. Quality athlete is Fano, who moves well, going to get himself into a good spot. He made strides and improvements every year in pass pro. At the combine, he did do center drills. Some people liked him as a guard. Some other teams liked him as a tackle. I think he's fine at tackle, and I think you take him here to be a tackle. Could add some more mass given his frame. Might have issues with big bull rushers, but shoot, he'll be able to go up against Myles Garrett in practices to get a gauge of that. Overall PFF grade 84.9. Pass blocking grade 82.1. Run blocking grade 80.9. No sacks given up last year for Utah. Only 5 penalties. As we've got a little bit of a break, let me tell you about Prize Picks. You've heard myself and Chip put in some draft selections on Prize Picks. It is so much fun. Obviously, do it responsibly, but you can have a lot of fun. And you can also make a lot of money. If you use our code HMA and the link that we put in the chat, when you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly. Again, use our code HMA, use our link to download the Prize Picks app, and when you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. With team picks, you can pick winners, spreads, and totals. On player picks, you pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. All of your transactions are safe and secure. There have been more than 20 million people who have played a lineup with billions of dollars paid out. And here's an example of what Chip and I have been doing. Francis Mauigoa to Miami. Chip earlier today, $9.35 to win $55.
Come on.
Now, if you were to put down $5, you get like $6. So if you give myself and Chip a follow on the Prize Picks app, you can see our lineups before we talk about them on the show. So our draft coverage presented by Prize Picks. Get $50 when you play $5. Show us that you know ball. Pick more, pick less. Pick Prize Picks.
Alrighty. So we have the Giants now on the clock. Another reminder. I'll put the link in the chat right now to Chase's pinned tweet of the stream, which of course we mentioned is presented by Prize Picks. Shout outs to anyone who gives him a follow and retweets that pinned tweet. Up to 8 retweets on that now, so shout out to you guys. Chase gave shout outs earlier to the people who did that. So that's in the chat right now.
Yeah, if you want to shout out, retweet my pinned tweet. Sean Mosley, I sent you my address for the studio. Appreciate it, my brother. We've already got Spencer Fano to Cleveland at number 9. Roger Goodell is just announcing pick number 8 to New Orleans.
The Giants on the clock. This is the pick they got from the Dexter Lawrence trade from Cincinnati.
Has to be Downs. Oh my God. We've got a shocker.
No way!
The New York Giants are drafting Francis Mauigoa.
No! Are you kidding me?
Wow. I was about to put down Downs, and the Giants go Francis Maui-Noah. Where is Caleb Downs going to go? There's a lot to like with Maui-Noah. The Giants' offensive line has been horrendous the last few years. The red flag with Maui-Noah is a potential herniated disc, which hasn't acted up, but it could, and if it does, he'd miss significant time. He's 20 years old. Skill set is there. 6'5.5", 327 pounds, 83.6 Pro Football Focus overall grade this past year. 2 sacks, 10 pressures given up. He was a 3-year starter with a dense, lean build and a broad frame. He can swallow and trap rushers, but also has the footwork to beat quicker rushers to the edge. He does get caught leaning from time to time, and that can be a problem at the tackle spot. Now, I do think it's John Harbaugh making these picks. They've got Andrew Thomas at left tackle, and they have Jermaine Illuminor at right tackle. The guard spot is highly concerning. Daniel Fulele at right guard. He stinks. John Running at left guard. They could play Maui-Noah at guard to start. Andrew Thomas has been a stellar player when healthy, but he's missed a ton of time. 10 games played in 2023, 6 games played in 2024, 13 games played in 2025. And Andrew Thomas last year, he graded out phenomenally. I mean, a 90.3 overall grade, 4th at the position, 87.2 pass blocking grade, 3rd, run blocking grade, 84.6, 7th. But can Andrew Thomas stay healthy? So you get Francis Maui-Noah, who could play left tackle if Andrew Thomas gets hurt. I think immediately he plays guard, right?
Yeah. They brought Illuminor back, so.
Marshall Green, the Giants better effing take Caleb Downs at number 10. Following tweet, the Giants select Francis Maui-Noah. He has sent out another tweet. This is a doomsday scenario.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Wow. So, Browns go Fano. Giants go Maui-Noah. Dolphins at 11. Did they take Downs? They were a team that was going to take a tackle, but we've seen a couple go. Does Caleb Downs fall to the Cowboys? Ruben Bain also still on the board. And so, some of our top players left. Downs was Tom Downey, our draft experts, best player in the draft. And obviously, it's not factoring in positional value at that safety spot, but he's still on the board. Ruben Bain, also still on the board. So I would bet these next 2 picks. I mean, the Dolphins almost have to take Downs, and then the Cowboys are probably like to take Bain. I might lock those in.
Spencer Fano is pumped up at the crib. Started off at right tackle, then went to left tackle. He could play both. That's good. He could play center. He could play along the interior. 2025 Outland Trophy winner, nation's top interior lineman, so he can really play anywhere. And that's Fano, not Maui-Noah. What do the Dolphins do here at 11? They traded away Minka Fitzpatrick. Could you get Caleb Downs here? They have no wide receivers. Do you go Mekhi Lemon here? And I tweeted this out. I thought the Giants had a great opportunity at 5-10. I just don't love what they did. It's almost like they panicked after Jeremiah Love went to the Cardinals at number 3 and they didn't know what to do. It's like, oh, Arvell Reese at 5, tweener. Francis Mauigoa at 10, good player. Medical concerns. Caleb Downs is right there.
While we're waiting, here's a reminder.
Jordan Tyson being gone changes what the Giants did too.
Here's a reminder of our Super Chat menu here tonight. We are doing a raffle to win a channel-branded T-shirt. Eagles Now, 49ers Report, $20 gets you into the raffle. The MVP gets a signed mystery jersey on each stream for those respective teams.
Yep. And let me do this. Anybody right now who sends in a $20 super chat, I'm giving you 5 raffle tickets to win a channel shirt. Eagles Now shirt, 49ers Report shirt. I'm giving you 5 raffle tickets right now if you send in a $20 super chat. You've got to get those super chats in before the 12th pick. Dolphins are coming up at number 11.
Until the Dolphins have made a trade.
Ooh.
This is interesting.
Okay.
Because it's not a big move.
Okay.
For the Dallas Cowboys. They move up 1 spot.
Interesting.
Huh.
What are the Cowboys are taking Caleb Downs? Marshall's going to lose it. Oh, boy. Nightmare scenario for the Giants. Wow. Nightmare scenario for Giants fans. All Giants fans wanted was Caleb Downs. And the Cowboys trade up to take Caleb Downs after the Giants took Francis Mauigoa.
And here are those details.
Okay, so the Cowboys don't have to move that 20th pick, which is smart because you're moving up 1 spot. They give up 2 6-round picks, 177, 180 to move up 1 spot. And all the Dolphins do is move from 11 to 12.
I mean, if Miami knew they weren't taking Downs, then pick up a couple extra picks. Why not? And officially, the pick is in. Caleb Downs is a Dallas Cowboy. Man, for him to fall this far, and for Dallas to get maybe the best player in the draft at 11, they trade up a spot to ensure they land him here. It's a good pick, man. Caleb Downs is a hell of a player. A hell of a player. I guess we got a run of super chats coming in on the 49ers report.
Let's go. Eagles Now, where you at? Get those 20s in. You get 5 raffle tickets.
We started here with James Davis with the 10. Shout out. Appreciate that. And then here's the run of 20s. Gazop Music. It only let me do $19.99. That counts. That counts.
That's fine, G-Zop. You're good, man. I'm not going to pinch you on the penny.
Let's go.
Jacob T. Let's go. Get me in that raffle. Bang, bang. You got it, Jacob. Now, you got to be here at the end of the draft because we're going to spin a wheel. And if your name is on there, you got to be here so that we can get your address. I wish YouTube allowed us to just reach out to you directly, but it doesn't allow that. So keep that in mind. The David Thomas, $20 super chat. And then on Eagles now, Jeff Chipper.
Let's go.
Love the pick, Jeff. I'm tweeting about this right now. That I absolutely love the Dallas Cowboys taking Caleb Downs with the 11th pick. Remember, new Cowboys defensive coordinator Christian Parker has a great background of developing DBs as a Vic Fangio disciple. Jair Alexander, All-Pro. Patrick Surtain, All-Pro. And DPOI. Cooper DeJean, All-Pro. Quinyon Mitchell, All-Pro.
Another 20 coming in on the 49ers report. Mike Mendoza getting in the raffle. Any relation to Fernando? Oh, and how about this?
Ali! Mike Mendoza, thank you for the 20. Ali! A $50 super chat. Coming in on Eagles now, making it rain. Give him 10 raffle tickets.
Boom.
We'll give Ali 10 raffle tickets. Again, be here before we sign off. That's when we'll spin the wheel to see who wins the channel shirt. Eagles Now shirt or a 49ers Report shirt. We're giving one of those away to the people who are sending in super chats. James Davis, $10 super chat. If somebody matches Ollie's 50, I'll take another shot of Mezcal.
Uh-oh.
If somebody matches Ollie's 50, I'll take a shot of Mezcal.
And
so that we can celebrate being here together.
James, because James, you sent in those two 10s back to back, very close together, I'm going to give you a raffle ticket for being a real one. You sent in those two 10s back to back. I got you. Oh, Mike says, dang, forgot to write my message in the 20. He says, hope the Niners move back.
I hope the Niners move back too. Obviously, that's dependent on how the board falls, but I just think that could be the smartest play for San Francisco.
And here's G's up with another one.
G's up. Let me get 5 more, please. Let's get an offensive lineman. That's 5 more raffle tickets for G-Zop music. What kind of music? G-Zop. Or is it Gazop? G-Z-O-P? You know me. My name is Chase C. We've got bars, G-Zop. Mike Mendoza. Any relation to Fernando? Hope the Niners move back. Forgot my text on the first chat. No worries, my man. Thank you for the supers. It is a good day and a good night for the Mendoza name. User, $50 super chat matching Ali. That's another Mezcal shot. Look, I hate to say it, but I absolutely love the Dallas Cowboys selection of Caleb Downs. Falling to 11. That is what you call value there, ladies and gentlemen.
Abraham, another 20.
Abraham Silva. Go Niners from Fresno, California. Another 5 raffle tickets right there. Because the Dolphins have not made their pick at number 12. Cheers to user. We'll pop that $50 super chat up here in a moment. Oh, Javier. Bang, bang. Sonoma County in the building. Javier. And then I'll wait until we pop up user super chat. to take another celebratory shot for all of us being able to hang out here for night one, round one of the NFL draft. So on my dashboard, it shows up user, but I'm glad that we can give Cliff Neely a shout out. And he's tuned in, repping the Bird Gang from West Virginia. Not far from the side of the draft. Draft is in Pittsburgh this year. Cheers to Cliff. Cheers to all of you for being here.
Let me give you those tickets. Cliff Neely. Ooh. Dolphins really milking this here.
Yeah, Dolphins are milking this. Kelly Gasky, another $5 super chat.
Got a bunch coming in. Got another 20 on the 49ers report.
A profitable mind. Longtime fan. First time super chat. Where are the beer bongs? So I wasn't able to get a beer bong. That's why I've been doing some shots of the Phosphoro Mezcal. But for a profitable mind, I will give you a beer chug. Cheers, my brother. It's like the radio call-in line. First-time caller, long-time listener. On the YouTube side, long-time fan, first-time super chatter. Where are the beer bongs? Beer cheers to you. That's 5 more raffle tickets to win a 49ers Report shirt. Thank you, my guy. So we did the scouting profile on Caleb Downs. Now we're just waiting for Miami here.
Here's that 5 that came in from Kelly. Kelly Gasky, thank you.
Hold on. Jay Glazer said Ty Simpson to the Rams?
What? No way. No way. You don't even have Miami.
He tweeted out Rams are drafting quarterback Ty Simpson with the 13th pick.
Are you serious?
Hold on.
We don't even know 12 yet.
Hold on. They're at 13, right?
Yeah.
Ty Simpson off the Prize Picks board.
Let's see who Miami takes here.
Caden Proctor to Miami.
Wow.
All right. That makes some sense because they couldn't get Maui Noah, so they go Proctor. Holy crap. The Rams are taking Ty Simpson. A shocker. How do we know 13 before we know 12?
That's crazy. All right, so here's that pick at number 12.
Kelly Gasky, thank you for that 5. All right. So we thought the Dolphins were going Maui Noah. We had it right that they liked an offensive tackle. Maui Noah off the board of the Giants at 10, so Miami goes Proctor at 12. This impacts things for the Philadelphia Eagles a little bit later at number 23. Proctor's only 20, man. Nearly 6'7", 352 pounds. Started the year last year at Alabama at nearly 400 pounds. He's slimmed down. He can play guard. He can play tackle. Dolphins are drafting him, hoping that he can be their left tackle of the future. He started 40 games there for the Crimson Tide. Was very durable. He is a massive, massive player who flashes bully ball ability, but also moves pretty well for his size. Could fit best shifting to guard, but I'm telling you at the start, Dolphins want him to be a tackle. Weight has been a little bit of a problem in the past. But I like this mean streak for Miami, and this is a pillar position for the Dolphins to rebuild with. Wow. Geez, why is it better for the Niners to move back in the draft? Here's my explanation. They're at 27, right? Let's say you trade with Arizona to move back to 35. You take a guard there because a guard at 27 might be a little bit too much of a reach. Now that the Rams are going Ty Simpson, that might alter the plans, though. The plan is, or was, you move back to 35, for example, right? You get a third-round pick back, which you currently don't have. You've only got 2 top 100 picks. That gives you another one. So that was my thought process. And ladies and gentlemen, it's official. The Los Angeles Rams, with the 13th overall pick, with Matthew Stafford being 38 years old, draft Ty Simpson out of Alabama, the quarterback. The first truly holy shit moment of the draft. And this is great optics by Sean McVay from the NFL League meetings. He was asked about Kay Adams, about Ty Simpson, and Sean McVay was like, yeah, I'm not really too familiar with him. Well, Sean just drafted him 13th overall a couple weeks later. 6'1" and an eighth, 211 pounds, size is good enough. He can whip it. He's really willing to let it fly. He was awesome at the start of the year. Play tailed off a little bit as the season progressed, but he was a little bit banged up. Completed under 65% of his passes, 3,500 yards. That Alabama team wasn't that good. Had 30 total touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Clearly, Sean McVay sees a ton of ability here. Solid processing, moves around the pocket well. I like the pocket mobility. Good mechanics, accurate when kept clean. What the Rams are doing, they're going to sit him, obviously, year 1, maybe year 2 as well, depending on how long Matthew Stafford wants to play, but they're banking on his impressive play in the first 9 games being the guy that they get. Grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. A holy shit moment. Jay Glazer's also very tight with Sean McVay. Like, they hang out together, so clearly he got a good scoop there. Jay was also on a podcast the other day, and he was asked, what's the most shocking move you could see happening in round 1? He's like, I wish I could tell you. This was it. Nobody else is going to take Ty Simpson this early. And now I wonder what this does for the Jets trying to get a quarterback. The Cardinals trying to get a quarterback. Does Carson Beck now go earlier than anticipated? Wow.
This is crazy. SF Legacies with the 5. Appreciate that. Eagles are trash. Go Niners. Love the trash talk going on. SF Legacies, thank you. The 79. Shanahan shouldn't be buying the groceries. I guess saying that he shouldn't be the one making the picks. But he'll have his say, man. He'll have his say.
Wow. Not many anticipated 2 quarterbacks going in round 1. But 2 quarterbacks have gone in round 1. How about Reuben Bain still being available? Ravens at number 14 could make a lot of sense for Bain. Venga Ioane could make a lot of sense for the Ravens at number 14. Here's a look at our Super Chat battle, by the way. Eagles now at 293. Niners report at 394.
I want to make a deal with the people here. Next person is sending a $50 Super Chat. I'm going to do a beer bong for you, and I'll give you 20 raffle tickets.
Let's go.
20 raffle tickets and a beer bong. for the next person only that sends in a $50 super chat. Again, those raffle tickets go towards winning a Eagles Now or 49ers Report shirt. We'll give out both on each stream. Wow, Ty Simpson. Number 13. That's another one I got wrong on Prize Picks. I had the Jets trading back in at the end of the first and taking him, so I've gotten nothing right.
I'm 3 for 5. I might just stop there.
I got Maui Noah wrong. I got Downs wrong. I got Love wrong. I got Jordan Tyson wrong. And now I got Simpson wrong. The only thing I have left is the Niners to take a safety with their first pick. 5 to win 15. That's all I got left. Wow. Again, next 50 that comes in, you're getting 20 raffle tickets and a beer bong for you. And you put a big dent into that super chat battle as well. Who's still available for O-line? Yeah, I see some Eagles fans asking about who's still available in the offensive line. Because there's been a run. So, Monroe Freeling is still there at tackle, as is Blake Miller, Caleb Lomu, Maxi Hanachor, all still there at tackle. So, still some good tackles left. So, where do the Ravens go? Oh, and we don't have to wait any longer. The Ravens pick is in. And they go O-line.
There you go. Yeah, I had Vanga Ioane going to the Ravens in my final mock draft. Fits to the division, right? I mean, tree trunks for legs, massive lower body, a movable object. He can move bodies. One of the safer picks in this entire draft. I think that Vanga Ioane could be a stellar player for the next 8 to 10 years. We're talking about a perennial Pro Bowler and All-Pro. And that division, the AFC North, who did the Bengals just trade for? Dexter Lawrence. How are the Steelers built? Strong up front with Cam Hayward. How about the Browns? Drafted Mason Graham last year in that trade with the Jags. That is a division with some really good defensive lines. It was said, according to some chat sports sources, that Daniel Falele ruined the Ravens season last year at guard and Lamar Jackson hated him. The protection, the run support, not good. You bring in Vanga Ioane, and Lamar Jackson has the best friend. Plays with power as a run blocker. Hardly got beat in pass protection last year. Moves very well for his size. Good pop in his hands. Really good grip strength. Still a little bit stiff in pass protection, but that's why he's a guard. That's why he's not a tackle. Did not give up a sack the last 2 years at Penn State. Playing in the Big Ten, which you can make the argument has become the better conference compared to the SEC. Overall PFF grade, 79.9. Pass blocking grade, stellar, 87.1. Run blocking grade, 78.6. There's no sacks given up. 1 penalty, too. I really like this pick for Baltimore. Vanga Ioane to the Ravens at number 14. Kelly Gasky, $10 super chat. Thank you, Kelly.
And a great point brought up here by the visionary, echoed by DoorDash King. Ruben Bain, still on the board. He's fallen, man.
Yep. I kind of like him for the Buccaneers here at 15.
Yeah.
I also like Kenyon Sadiq here for the Buccaneers at 15.
Yeah, I wonder if that, recent report that came out about Bain is, really impacting his fall. Could you imagine if Bain falls to the Eagles? I don't think they could pass up on him.
Yeah, as much as Howie wants to go offense early, he always preaches best player available.
Wow. All right, Tampa Bay on the clock. Followed by the Jets, Lions, Vikings, and Panthers. Eagles at 23, Niners at 27.
Yep. Approaching the halfway point of round one.
Oh, man. So again, here's a look at how the draft has gone.
Yeah, so let's recap the draft here. Fernando Mendoza, number 1 to the Raiders. David Bailey, number 2 to the Jets. Jeremiah Love, number 3 to the Cardinals. In my final mock on the chase down, that's how I had it as the top 3. I thought Sonny Styles was going 4 to the Titans. Carnell Tate was the first, holy shit moment of this draft. Arvell Reese to the Giants at number 5. Mansour Delane to the Chiefs at number 6. Sonny Styles, Dan Quinn loves him, to the Commanders at number 7. Jordan Tyson to the Saints at number 8. I thought the Browns are going to go Spencer Fano with their original pick. The Chiefs traded into that. Browns trade back, and they get Fano there. Giants, Francis Mauiano. I just don't love what the Giants have done tonight. Caleb Downs to the Cowboys at number 11 is just a stellar selection. I thought the Dolphins were going to go Maui Noah. He wasn't there, so they go Proctor, Caden Proctor at number 12. Another holy shit moment, and the biggest holy shit moment of the first round. Ty Simpson to the Rams there at number 13, and then Venga Ioane to the Ravens at number 14. That's also another pick that I had in my mock. For Tampa Bay, Ruben Bain.
Makes sense.
Kenyon Sadiq. Akeem Mesidor.
Couple different directions they can go. We'll see where they go. We'll see where they go. And there we go. The pick is in. And it is Ruben Bain.
Okay, so we're on it again. Ruben Bain to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the 15th pick in the first round.
The dreams of him dropping are no more. And here we go. We have that in officially now. Bain to Tampa Bay.
Yep, Ruben Bain to the Buccaneers with the 15th overall pick. And I had predicted this one because I just think this trade makes a lot of sense. They needed defensive help. They needed edge help. Levante David, I know he's an off-ball linebacker, but blitz the quarterback some. They missed on Joe Tryon-Shoyinka a couple years ago. Todd Bowles, defensive mind, so boom. Ruben Bain, who I think could be an excellent pro. I know the arms are short. I'm fine with it because he plays violent. He plays with good twitch and bend. I don't have too many concerns about the deadly crash that he was the driver in back in 2024. I mean, the victim's family did drop the charges. I think that's important to note. With Bain, I really like the powerful lower body. He converts speed to power very well. I love the effort, especially against the run. He's a good run defender. He can hold the point of attack well. Some tweener concerns, but I think Todd Bowles can make it work. Todd Bowles is definitely on the hot seat going into 2026, but if there's a coach who can make it work, I do think it's Todd Bowles, who gets very aggressive in blitzing, which will just give Bain opportunities for free runs at the quarterback. Julie Crystal, a $50 super chat, makes it rain. Anytime you send in a super chat, $50 or more, you make it rain here on the show, as you can see, where the dollar bills are flying. Russ Crystal in the house, go Niners. Russ and Julie. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you for that 50. I'll give you a beer cheers here.
Oh, and I did say, I almost forgot that
Yes.
the next 50 that came in, I was going to give you 20 raffle tickets, and I was going to do a beer bong.
20 raffle tickets for Julie to win a 49ers Report shirt. So your efforts and your support could lead to you getting a 49ers Report shirt.
Let's do it. Got the Miller Lite, got the beer bong.
Let's go.
Jets on the clock at 16 with a pick they got in the Sauce Gardner trade. We'll see who they end up going with. Let's see what Prize Picks has. Well, it certainly won't be Carnell Tate. He's already gone. Oh, you know why the choices are all messed up? Because the pick is already in. The pick is in for the Jets. Chase, who do you think it is?
Jets at 16.
I can't show the big board because he'll be gone.
No. David Bailey, the first pick. Monroe Freeling?
Not a bad guess, but, and this is not what I was expecting.
Maxi Honachor?
But a good pick, I think.
Oh, Kenyon Sadiq to the Jets at number 16. Wow. So David Bailey and Kenyon Sadiq for the Jets. For Eagles fans who wanted Sadiq, we knew this, right? He wasn't lasting until 23. It would have required a trade up. He goes to the Jets. 6'3" and an eighth, so a little bit short for a tight end. 241 pounds, a little bit light. But in recent years, tight ends have gotten lighter. Why? They've gotten faster and more athletic. 51 catches, 560 yards, 8 touchdowns, 4.39 40-yard dash. That is faster than Carnell Tate, for instance, who went number 4 at wide receiver. He ran a 4.5. So Sadiq the Freak, awesome athletic ability at his position, plenty of juice as a pass catcher. I think he has 3-level ability in the passing game because he can win short, middle, deep, especially with that speed. He's a handful to bring down. He's a good blocker. I like this for the Jets. And immediately, he can be a safety valve for Geno Smith, and he can be an overall weapon. So the upcoming picks here after the Jets go, Kenyon Sadiq. Lions at 17. Look out for Maxi Honachor or Monroe Freeling here. Vikings at 18. Dylan Thieneman is a popular pick there. Panthers at 19. Cowboys with their second pick at number 20. Cowboys went Caleb Downs earlier. They need to rebuild the defense, and Caleb Downs just going to be a stud, I think, for that Dallas team.
For Julian and Russ Crystal, for that 50, I gave you 20 raffle tickets to win a 49ers Report shirt, and I got the beer bong on deck. Let's do it. As we're halfway through the draft officially, it's only been an hour 40 minutes. Let's go. Ugh. Beer bong down. Lions are a team who could definitely take a tackle here. So, let's see. Our draft expert here at Chat Sports, Tom Downey's best available players. Jermon McCoy, Makai Lemon, Dylan Thieneman, Akeem Mesidor, Chris Johnson, Omar Cooper, Keldrick Faw, Casey Concepcion. Now, the tackles. I mean, Monroe Freeling is still there. I'd be surprised if that's not the pick. Could be Ihanachor as
Eagles are within range to trade up if they want Freeling or Ihanachor. But I think one of those offensive tackles is going to Detroit here at 17. And for Detroit, it comes down to Freeling or Ihanachor. Blake Miller, I think, is a plug-and-play guy, and he's a safe pick, but the upside is somewhat limited there. You know what's unlimited? The selection from Chubbies. They've got it all. Fellas, springtime is here. You know what that means. It's the time to let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, visiting an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. Bright polos that demand attention, check. Killer shorts that show off those beautiful thighs, double check. Chubbies original shorts that provide that classic look with the fresh vibe and a modern fit. Yeah, they're designed for comfort, built for stretch, designed to give you thigh-high confidence. Also, if you're hitting up a pool or a beach, the Classic Line Swim Collection has your favorite trunks. So whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered for a limited time. Chubbies is giving our viewers 20% off your order. Use our code CHATSPORTS at chubbiesshorts.com/chatsports. Link is in the live chat. That's code CHATSPORTS at chubbiesshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show. Tell them that we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies. Wow. All right. So I was right. The Lions go offensive tackle. I would not have gone Blake Miller, but I mentioned it as a possibility because he's ready to play and he's a safe pick. And if you're Detroit, yeah, why not get a safe pick? Chip knows him well, more than 50 starts in his Clemson career, 6'6", 3/4, very durable, more of a slender offensive tackle at 317 pounds, but moves pretty well. He has good feet, very cerebral, high football IQ. People rave about his character. The Lions plan to move Penei Sewell to left tackle. Blake Miller made more than 50 starts at Clemson at right tackle, so this makes a lot of sense. Freeling, left tackle. Ihanachor, though, right tackle. I think Ihanachor has more upside, but the Lions want Miller to play right away because they need him to. So not the highest upside, but an experienced player with the high football character, solid combo of size and athletic ability. Balance can be lacking due to inconsistent leaning and some footwork issues, but I think he's going to be like a very solid player for a long time. Not great, but solid.
Who has had the best pick in round one so far? Let us know in the chat.
Okay, so I think the Lions going Blake Miller is very good news for the Eagles because I think Philadelphia should be able to get Maxi Honachor or Monroe Freeling, who I think have much higher upside than Blake Miller, who's a very safe pick. Who has had the best pick in round one? You look under the weather. Are you okay? I am doing great, Billy G. Thank you so much. We've been live for 3 hours talking about every single pick of the draft, reacting to it. We're not missing a beat. We're giving you great analysis. So I'm doing awesome, man. Talking ball. Feeling good.
Wow, the Hawks take down the Knicks in game 3.
No way. Dude, for New York fans, this is a disaster.
The same score as game 2. Okay, so Hawks won game 2, 107-106. They just won game 3, 109-108.
Wow. Was it another comeback?
No, the Knicks almost came back. The Knicks outscored the Hawks 28-21 in the fourth quarter. Hawks got out to a 33-21 lead in quarter number 1. Knicks then outscored the Hawks 29-25 in the second, tied 30-30 in the third. So the Hawks went up by 8 heading into the fourth.
Yikes.
Knicks almost made a comeback, but they fell just short. Brunson with 26, Towns with 21, OG Anunoby with 29. How about this? An all-time stinker from near Sixer Mikal Bridges. Played 20 minutes, 0 points.
Who did?
Mikal Bridges.
0 points in 20 minutes.
0 points in 20 minutes.
Chip, how about this? Another shocker. Ready for it? Caleb Banks to the Vikings at number 18.
It wasn't Thieneman?
Not Thieneman. I think Thieneman's in play for Carolina here at 19.
Wow.
The Eagles could get a safety as well with the way that the board is falling with Thieneman or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Now, I will say this about Caleb Banks. If he didn't have multiple foot injuries, he looks like Jalen Carter, and he would be the top defensive tackle taken. But because he has his multiple foot issues, that's what worries me. 6'6" and a quarter, 327 pounds. Really athletic player who flashes high-end play with power and burst. When I say that when I turn on the tape, he looked like Jalen Carter, like, it's not just the fact that they both wore 88. They both play in a similar fashion. And Caleb Banks has the potential to control opposing offensive linemen with his hands. The technique and the pass rush plan are lacking. But I'm going to bring up the injury history for Caleb Banks. And when you're talking about a big guy with foot problems, it's a big concern. Injured left foot during 2025 spring practices, wore a boot for a few weeks. Foot then fully snapped during fall camp. Sat out the first 2 games. Returned for the LSU game, re-aggravated the injury. Needed surgery. Fractured the 4th metatarsal in his left foot the night before on-field testing at the NFL Combine. Didn't realize it until midway through on-field drills. Underwent surgery in March of 2026. It's like the Joel Embiid of football players.
Huh.
Big guy with foot issues. The siren emojis are on, and there are a lot of concerns with that. Matthew C., any A&M Aggie to the Niners? Cassius Howe? I like Chase Pasantis more, though. Offensive line is more of a need than edge, although edge is a huge need, and it's a more important position in the eyes of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
How about G-Zop coming in with another one?
Geez, I'm switching back between the draft and ESPN, and you're getting the news before announced. How do you do that, man? We're plugged in here at Chat Sports. We're already on the Panthers having the 19th pick on the clock. Lions are just making their pick at 17. And we're giving you really good analysis, just like ESPN NFL Network is.
Another one.
G-Zop. I bought a Disneyland ticket for a girl, and we're supposed to go Monday. She said she woke up sick today. Is she prepping to cancel, chat? How serious is the relationship? That's what I need to know. Have you guys been dating for multiple years? Or did you get a Disneyland ticket and you guys just recently started dating? Because that will change my answer for you, as I can give you good relationship advice. So, G-Zop, if you want to follow up, I've got you. Chat, if you want to chime in, you can, but I think you might need some context as well.
Panthers on the clock at 19. He said recently started.
Okay, I would say that's a little bit of a concern.
Yeah.
But I will say, you're supposed to go Monday. It's Thursday. So she's got a lot of days to recover here. If by Saturday she's still saying, I don't feel good, I don't want to do this, red flags. But at least it's Thursday. She woke up not feeling that well. You know what you should do? Offer her a vitamin IV drip to the crib if this is something serious. Bring her a wellness shot. But I would say don't do that until Saturday. Slow play it. See how things are going, because she might be a little bit timid of the situation, trying to get out of it. And if you overshoot your shot and it comes across as if you're a little bit clingy, that'll force her to back away. Give it Friday, see how she wakes up Saturday, then maybe offer to bring her a wellness shot or a vitamin IV drip so that she can bounce back for Monday, but still plenty of time, G-Zop. With the 19th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Georgia offensive tackle Monroe Freeling. Doesn't have a ton of experience playing at Georgia, and there was definitely some inconsistent play that we saw from him. But as I've always said with Freeling, the highs were high. And I thought he could have gone top 15 for the Panthers to get him at number 19. I like it for them. He's 6'7", 315 pounds, talented pass blocker with an impressive frame, great athletic traits, moves very well for his size, does a great job mirroring in pass pro. He needs more power, but he's got it within him, I think, if he gets a little bit stronger. The lack of power can especially show up in the ground game. But at 315 pounds, the guy ran a 4.93 40-yard dash. 34 3/4. That's the arm length. The wingspan, 84.5 inches. I mean, if you were to build an offensive tackle in a lab, you would want the length that Monroe Freeling has.
Uh-oh!
Here we go! Philadelphia Eagles have made a trade. This is not the first time they've traded with the Cowboys in the NFL Draft.
Eagles trade up. They're on the clock.
I wonder if it's Dylan Thieneman.
Full trade details we have right now. Here they are. Eagles get 20 and a future 7th. Cowboys get 23 and 2/4 this year.
Okay. So that's not a not for nothing trade. What's the draft order?
So this will obviously be switched here. As soon as we get this switched, we'll put it up. But Eagles will be at 20. Then Steelers, Chargers.
Okay, so I'm thinking the Steelers could have gone Maxi Honachor. The Chargers could have gone offensive line. And the Eagles are there at 23. Did the Steelers have a need for safety? Could it be Dylan Thieneman?
That'd be interesting.
I'm trying to think of who this is. It's Ihonachor or Thieneman?
Yeah.
Can you look at what were the Steelers' needs and then the Chargers' needs for their team card? Offensive tackle. Okay, how about the Chargers? Safety. And interior offensive line. I would be shocked if it's defense.
Who are the Eagles taking? Let us know who you think Philadelphia traded up for. Gave up 2 fourths to move up 3 spots. 1,000 people watching on Eagles now, getting ready for this Eagles pick.
In 2021, the Eagles moved from 12 to 10 to take Devontae Smith.
I'm seeing some people say they moved up from Makai Lemon at receiver. That would be electric.
Holy shit. Out of the slot.
That would be electric. And it's a 2027 7th headed to Philly. So not a pick in this year's draft. They get a 7th next year as well in the trade. I'm seeing a lot of lemon. I'm seeing a lot of lemon in the chat. Kind of shocked he's still on the board. And wow! If there was ever more confirmation needed that A.J. Brown is gone, you have the confirmation right here. The Eagles are going with Makai Lemon at number 20 overall. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Is that it? Is that it officially? Holy shit. A.J. Brown is so gone. With the 20th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles have pulled off a shocker in taking Makai Lemon, the wide receiver out of USC. If you thought that A.J. Brown was going to be an Eagle in 2026, this is further confirmation that he is not going to be a Philadelphia Eagle in 2026. Makai Lemon to the Birds. He's had some Amon-Ra St. Brown comps. He plays physical like Puka Nacua. His college production was fantastic. He's tall and long. I think that he can get a little bit stronger. He has enormous hands. This is a solely slot wide receiver for the Eagles. And he doesn't have wiggle out of the slot like Jackson Smith and Jigba, but he is more of a physical built body like an Amon-Ra St. Brown or a Puka Nacua.
Wow, great.
I did not see this one coming. Ran a 4.47 at his pro day. So he's not blazing fast. Or hold on. What was his pro day? Okay, ran a 4.5. I am in shock that this is the pick. All right, let's do a YouTube short at first. Throw up the pick L3 chip and then put the trade details in preview so that I can see it.
Got you. Do this one so you got more space. There you go.
Wow. So now the Eagles wide receiver room, Devontae Smith, wide receiver 1, Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver 2, Dontavian Wicks, wide receiver 3, Hollywood Brown, wide receiver 4. That's a good enough room that you can win with. And a slot wide receiver in this offense for Jalen Hurts, I think it makes a ton of sense. So I'm going to give you a deep dive analysis into this pick. Right now, I'm going to do a YouTube short, which is about 60 seconds, and then we'll get into the full pick. All right, you want to give me like a 5 or a 10-second countdown, a 10 and a 5 to the 60 seconds, Chip?
Yeah.
For this short?
Yeah, for how long you have left?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
And just let me know when you're ready. We'll do this YouTube short, and then we'll dive into the pick of Mekhi Lemon to the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, here we go. YouTube short coming up. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles have pulled off a stunner. They traded up to number 20 from 23 in a trade with the Dallas Cowboys, where the Cowboys got the 23rd pick and 2 fourths, 114 and 137. Philadelphia is also getting a 2027 7th round pick, and the Eagles are taking USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon. If you thought that A.J. Brown was going to be an Eagle in 2026, this is the final confirmation that he is getting traded after June 1. And this is a fascinating draft selection by Howie Roseman. The wide receiver room is going to be Devontae Smith as wide receiver 1, Mekhi Lemon wide receiver 2, Dontavian Wicks as the wide receiver 3, Marquise Hollywood Brown as the wide receiver 4. As far as the player goes, we'll talk more about it in a long-form video. A very intriguing, strong player out of the slot who's only going to line up out of the slot, but a really intriguing piece. Wow, wow, wow. This is a player, Mekhi Lemon, who has a lot of spatial awareness in the open field. And he's a very, very shifty player. So what we're going to do now is do the best breakdown on Mekhi Lemon to the Eagles among all Eagles YouTube channels here. Now, Mekhi Lemon's doing an interview right now. He's very emotional. He's from LA. This dude's got a ton of swag. I was at the NFL Combine when he did his press conference, and some people were taken aback by it. I kind of liked it because I'm like, this dude is serious, and this dude is a dog. 4 games with more than 150 receiving yards last year with 1 touchdown in 2025. Played under Lincoln Riley. Holy shit. Howie Roseman. All right, here we go. Full breakdown coming up on Mekhi Lemon to the Eagles, and then we'll get back to the draft order coming up here in just a moment as the draft rolls on from Pittsburgh. Steelers, Chargers, Cowboys, Cleveland, Chicago, Buffalo, then San Francisco coming up here with the draft order. All right, Chip, I'm ready to rock. Howie Roseman pulls off another surprising move in the NFL draft. I talked about this in the lead up to the first round tonight, that over the last 5 years, Howie Roseman has traded up in the first round 4 times. That was something to look out for. And Howie Roseman pulls off a Howie Houdini move. He trades up in a move with the Dallas Cowboys to take wide receiver Mekhi Lemon out of USC. You're watching Philadelphia Eagles now. My name is Chase Sr. Tonight's show is presented by Prize Picks, and as always, no matter where you are or how you're tuned in, I appreciate all of you for making tonight's Mekhi Lemon draft reaction video a part of your evening. I did not see this one coming. I thought the Eagles were going to address a position on the offensive side of the football, but I thought it was going to be along the offensive line. But Howie Roseman, sitting at 23, watched how the draft board fell, and clearly, Philadelphia really liked the value of Mekhi Lemon here, and so the Eagles traded up with the Dallas Cowboys from 23 to 20, and they take one of the more fascinating players in this draft in Lemon out of USC. He grew up in the Los Angeles area. He's 21 years old, declared for the NFL draft as a junior. He's 5'11 and an eighth, 194 pounds. He ran a 4.5 40-yard dash at his pro day. He did not run at the NFL Combine. For anybody who thought A.J. Brown was going to be an Eagle in 2026, this is further confirmation that A.J. is getting traded, because the Eagles do not take Mekhi Lemon if they think that A.J. is going to be on the team with all of the other moves that they've made at the wide receiver position. Mekhi Lemon, the 2025 Biletnikoff winner, with over 1,100 yards. That goes to the best wide receiver in college football. Last year, Nick Saban during the season had said the best player that he saw in college football was this guy. Strong route runner, wins way more at the catch point than he should at his size. He brings physicality to this Eagles receiving room. He picks up yak, and he is very dynamic in the open field with excellent spatial awareness. He is not a burner, as evidenced by the 4.5 40-yard dash, but I think his play speed is pretty good. In the pre-draft, he was getting some comps to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think there's a little bit of that there. I think there's a little bit of Khalil Shakir, which obviously would be a little bit of a reach if he ended up being that. I also think with the thick frame that Mekhi Lemon reminds me a little bit, and with the toughness that he plays with of Puka Nacua, he played tough in college. Can he play tough at the NFL level? He's not the biggest player. He's not the longest. He's not the fastest at his position. So that's why I think he is relegated to the slot, but that is fine. And the Eagles wide receiver room will now be Devontae Smith, Mekhi Lemon, Dontavian Wicks, who's taller, Marquise Brown, Elijah Moore, Darius Cooper, Johnny Wilson, battling it out for the end of that receiver room. Before we continue to push forward with tonight's Philadelphia Eagles now, I'm fired up. I hope you are as well. This is why you subscribe to the channel. For every move that the Eagles make in this draft, I'm doing detailed recaps better than anybody here on this YouTube platform. So lock us in and subscribe. And that's why we're approaching 150,000 subscribers. The production for Mekhi Lemon last year and throughout his college career, terrific. He had 52 catches for 764 yards in 2024, and then he really broke out in 2025. The 79 grabs on 108 targets, more than 1,100 yards, 14.5 yards per catch. He had 11 touchdowns and only 2 drops. So that's another thing that I really like about his game, is that he is very sure-handed. He was a unanimous All-American, first-team All-Big Ten, the Biletnikoff Award winner. He also had 2 rushing touchdowns and a 24-yard touchdown pass. That goes to show you the athlete that Mekhi Lemon is. And I think that this is a player in this new offense who Sean Mannion can get creative with how he utilizes him. Out of the slot, maybe sometimes out wide, but jet sweeps, bubble screens. He plays in that physical manner with that hard-nosed, blue-collar, bring-your-lunch-pail-to-work type of mentality that I think Eagles fans are absolutely going to love. Don't you dare go anywhere. We're only getting started. Mekhi Lemon to the birds. It's all presented by Prize Picks, the #1 fantasy sports picks app in America. There have been more than 20 million people who have submitted lineups on Prize Picks. Billions of dollars have been paid out. And right now, when you use our code HMA with the download link down below and you play $5, you get $50 instantly in lineups. It's very easy to use. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you can win some big time money. You can also make team picks and culture picks. Chip and I, live for the draft, have had a lot of fun with predicting which players will go where. I'm 3 for 5 on my draft picks here tonight, and that is something that Prize Picks is doing during the draft. Team picks are now available in many states across America, and with their new social feeds feature, be sure to give me a follow at Chase_Senior. You can see my picks before we talk about them on the show. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Pick more, pick less. Pick Prize Picks. Show me that you know ball with Prize Picks and use our code HMA. Here's a lineup that we went with going into tonight, for instance. This is how Prize Picks works. Jalen Brunson, more than 26.5 points. He went less tonight. Jalen Johnson, less than 37.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He went with the more as Atlanta pulled off the upset over New York. And then Karl Anthony Towns, more than 14.5 points. That was a goblin play. That was $20 to win $80. That's how easy it is to play with Prize Picks. Play $5, get $50 instantly in lineups. Use our code HMA. Link is hanging out attached to the pinned comment and in the description of this edition of Philadelphia Eagles Now. Let's talk more about Makai Lemon from a scouting perspective here. I like, as a route runner, how he's able to use head fakes and body control. He's a very manipulative route runner who has a lot of variety to his routes with stems and ability without that insane speed to create separation off of DBs. And while he's got that 4.5 speed, I mentioned earlier how he plays faster than that. I would categorize Makai Lemon as more of a gliding athlete who can get in and out of cuts really well without having to gear down. He's also extremely instinctive, and I think this is a player who can make an impact right away for the Eagles. He finished 2025 number 1 in FBS in first down receptions with 50. Dontavian Wicks was a first down machine who moved the chains often throughout his Packers career. Devontae Smith is an explosive player. This is a player who, you lose A.J. Brown, he helps you get better on the offensive side of the football. As far as some of his weaknesses, he's got average size. He's 5'11", 192. The arms are a little bit short. The wingspan isn't crazy. Physical press can sometimes impact him, but I think that he'll get some good looks from the slot. And I'd say he's quicker, again, than fast. There are two different things when you talk about that, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but lining up out of the slot, that's how you can see him having favorable matchups and being able to exploit some nickel corners who might be slower or not as physical as him, some safeties, and some linebackers who he can win against with the deceptive route running. Here's what Dane Brugler of The Athletic had to say about Lemon in his scouting profile. He doesn't wow with size or athletic profile, but he is a smooth, manipulative route runner and catches everything thrown his way. Similar in ways to fellow former Trojans receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, he already plays like a pro and projects as a Z or a slot. So I am curious where Eagles fans are at with this. I want you to grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. And if we've got those trade details, we could pop those up to give people some insight into how the Eagles are able to move up from 23 to 20. So the Eagles matriculated up the draft board. I said they'd trade up in this draft. They do that. Howie Roseman makes another trade. They get the 20th pick and a 2027 7th-round pick. The Cowboys move back from 20 to 23. They moved up earlier from 12 to 11 to take Caleb Downs. I like that pick for Dallas because I love Downs as a player. And so the Cowboys get 23. They also get 114 in the 4th round from the Eagles this year and 137 in the 4th round for the Eagles this year. The Eagles had a bevy of picks, day 2, day 3, so they give up 2, and clearly this goes to show you They saw Lemon drop. They wanted to pounce. They thought he was higher on the draft board than 20. So they must be really impressed by the player. And again, what this signals, A.J. Brown is gone as a Philadelphia Eagle. He is going to get traded. This has been inevitable for a long time. I know fans don't like to hear that, and I hate to hear it, right? Because what A.J. did in 4 seasons in an Eagles uniform was incredible. I mean, the team won double-digit games 4 times, made it to the playoffs 4 times. They won the division in 2022, 2024, 2025. He went over 1,000 yards each of those 4 seasons. He was an All-Pro 3 times. They made it to the Super Bowl twice. He caught a touchdown in each of those Super Bowl games. But it is time to move on from A.J., and I think the Eagles are saying to themselves, yeah, we don't want to deal with the distraction any longer. Plus, they're going to have to eat some dead money here with A.J. But they save more than $100 million in cash the next few years, and they get Mekhi Lemon on a cost-controlled contract. One thing I'll also add, his press conference at the Combine rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I was there for it. I wasn't rubbed the wrong way. In fact, I turned to my guy Marshall and I said, this dude is intense. This dude is a competitor. He carries himself that way. He plays that way. And I wasn't turned off by that Combine presser being there in the moment. It was fun to talk about on social media because he carried himself in a unique way. Can he play football? This dude's a ball player. As far as the Eagles selections coming up, day 2, tomorrow night, we'll be live here. Rounds 2 and 3. Eagles will be on the board at 54, 68, and 98. Again, they traded away those 2 fourth-rounders to Dallas. That'll impact day 3. But day 2, this is some great draft capital right here at 54, 68, and 98. Who should the Eagles draft next? 54 is going to be here before we know it. Let me know. Comment down below. Mekhi Lemon, you are a Philadelphia Eagle.
Wow, wow, wow.
Wow. Cowboys go Malachi Lawrence at number 23. So Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence. To get you caught up on the picks after the Eagles here, my beloved son, Maxi Honachor, to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. Akeem Mesidor to the Chargers, win now player at 22. And then Malachi Lawrence there.
All right, so Browns on the clock at 24. And then Niners almost up. Again, we're live on both channels, so I saw some Niners fans like, what's going on? When the Niners pick at 27, we'll do the same thing for y'all. So don't even worry about it.
Yep.
Same thing going. When the Niners make their selection, the same insight, same in-depth coverage. Browns, Bears, Bills, Niners. And so looking at who's left now after those picks, the Niners could consider here. Jermon McCoy at corner is still there. Dylan Thieneman is still on the board. And if I'm the Niners, I don't know how you could pass up on that, man. I don't know how you could pass up on that. Omar Cooper also still there if they want to go receiver. But if Thieneman falls, man, Niners fans, let me know who you want based on who's available. Jermon McCoy, Dylan Thieneman, Chris Johnson as well, Omar Cooper, Keldrick Falk, D'Angelo Pons, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Colton Hood are 8 best players available. Cassius Howell, TJ Parker, Denzel Boston, Caden McDonald, CJ Allen, Jacob Rodriguez, Keontae Scott, Peter Woods. Top 16 on the board. And on Eagles right now, 56% of people on 726 votes in the poll question going with an A grade for the Mekhi Lemon selection. So we will see here if Thieneman falls to the Niners. I think that would have to be the pick. It's just crazy, man. And the pick is in for the Browns. And they go receiver. They go KC Concepcion, a player that had been linked to the Niners a good amount. So the Texas A&M wide receiver off the board. He goes to Cleveland here at 24. An interesting pick there for Cleveland. They go with him over the likes of, Omar Cooper was still on the board as well. Kind of shocked that KC went before Omar Cooper. So with the Niners coming up soon, we have the Bears on the clock, then the Bills and the Niners. Who should the Niners pick at 27 for our Niners audience? See some Eagles fans not loving the pick of Lemon. Dude, he is a dog.
He's a dog. He's a dog.
He's going to be so good. And you know what? I still have, again, that prize picks. I have the Niners taking a corner or safety in the first round with their first pick, and they could be going that way right now if Thieneman does fall. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Niners fans say they want Thieneman. Seeing some Omar Cooper. Avion Terrell, shout out my guy. Shout out my guy. Only 8 picks left here tonight in the first round. Woo! All right, we do have some super chats. I believe that came in.
Yeah, let's get to those.
The boss man.
James Yoder, between Jared McCain and Mekhi Lemon, Philadelphia has cornered the market on drafting flamboyant college stars. Maybe that's why they call it the city of brotherly love. Your thoughts? I would say McCain is definitely flamboyant. I would say Lemon is more like OG gangster.
And look, they traded McCain away, so.
They traded McCain away.
Yeah.
Would I say Lemon is flamboyant? I don't know if I'd say Mekhi Lemon is flamboyant.
He's not doing TikTok dances.
He's not doing TikTok dances. Like, he's a serious mother effer. But he definitely has some, like, zazz.
Yeah. Got a little character.
I would say McCain has zazz, but it is on the flamboyant side. Lemon also has, like, some swag and riz, if you will. Boss man James. Great super chat. Lisa Clary, $20. Chase, who will we pick, safety or offensive line, and who in your opinion? I'll tell you this, the offensive tackle market isn't great right now. Freeling off the board, Ihana Chor off the board, Caden Proctor, Fanu, Maui Noah, all off the board. I think it could be safety. Dylan Thieneman still out there?
Yeah.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still out there?
Yeah.
Caleb Lomu, if you want to go offensive tackle, I wouldn't love that.
Not great.
Is still out there. Blake Miller also taken. I mean, if Dylan Thieneman is there, if I'm the Niners,
got to do it.
You could have drafted Cooper DeJean a few years ago. You can go Thieneman now. James, just remember, Rossini had it first.
Michael, again, we're going in-depth on this Niners pick as soon as it comes in as well. So appreciate y'all. Still nearly 2,000 people here on the 49ers report. So if you're hanging out here on the Niners stream, you're excited for this Niners pick, hit that thumbs up icon, like the stream. We're trying to break our likes record from last year, which is 2,029. So far today, on both streams combined, we have 1,336 with about 8 picks left to go. So smash that like button. Eagles fans, if you like the pick, hit that thumbs up. Niners fans, if you're excited for your pick, hit that thumbs up. Let's smash this record. We can do it, baby. We can do it.
Oh, Dylan Thieneman to the Bears at 25.
Damn. Thieneman to the Bears. Oh, man. That one hurts. That one hurts. Now, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still on the board. That's who Chase took in the Chat Sports mock draft. Man, you wonder, too. I mean, just looking at the top players overall that are available here. Take a look. I mean, I'd be shocked if they go corner. Two best players on the board, according to our draft expert, Tom Downey, are both corners, Jamal McCoy and Chris Johnson. Omar Cooper is there. I wonder if they would go in that direction. A young receiver who I thought would go earlier than this. So you wonder if they go Omar Cooper. Could an edge like Keldrick Falk be in play? But yeah, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren there as well. We have a trade.
Another trade.
We have a trade here at 26 as the Bills were set to be on the clock. So we have a trade. As the Texans have moved up.
Okay, yeah, there was some chatter that the Texans were going to try to trade up.
Or, yeah, they moved up to 26 here with the Bills. I told him you counted down.
It's so bad. I just don't know how it's possible. I'm deleting it. All right. I want to beat our likes record from 2025. 2025 draft night, round 1, last year, we did more than 2,000 likes.
Update.
Now we're at 1,491. Let's beat that number. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Smash that thumbs up icon. Let's beat that number from last year. The Bears let Kevin Byard walk in free agency. He was awesome for them last year, and so they draft Dylan Thieneman here. Here's that trade between the Texans and the Bills. Texans move up from 28 to 26. They also get a third-round pick at 91. The Bills received 28 and 69. Okay, solid. And then 191.
Adam Schefter says the Niners are attempting to trade their pick. They're looking to trade out.
Yeah, that's what I kind of predicted in my mock. I just don't like how the board has fallen for them right now. The only issue is with Ty Simpson getting drafted by the Rams. I was looking at a team like Arizona or the Jets to maybe trade with the Niners to get to 27 to take Ty Simpson. He's off the board, though. So now, like, the Cardinals aren't going to, I don't think, trade at 27 to try to get a quarterback.
Fully what I told him.
Yeah, it's just so bad. Keelan Rutledge is going 26.
And how about this?
Niners have traded out?
Niners traded out.
Okay.
But not out of the first round.
Not out of the first round. Okay.
I believe, because the Dolphins were at the back of the first. The Dolphins were at 30. So I assume the details aren't out. I assume this is just a 30 to 27 unless they traded out entirely. Niners have traded down. Texans, by the way, take Keelan Rutledge. He goes in the first round. That's a little bit of a shocker there. But breaking news, Niners fans.
I'm surprised that Rutledge went round 1. I do like him as a player. Okay, so the Niners have traded with the Dolphins to move back.
As soon as we get those details in, we'll let you guys know.
Waiting for those details.
But the Niners no longer on the clock. Here they are.
Okay. Niners trade back. Fuck yes. This is what I'm talking about. They get a third-round pick to move back. That's exactly what I was talking about. Hell yeah. I love it. They get back in the third round. They get another top 100 pick. So the Niners move back from 27 to 30. They get the 90th pick in the third round. Dolphins move up from 30 to 27. And the Niners had 4 fourth-round picks. So they give up a fourth rounder. That's what I'm talking about.
That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Chase F-bomb. Hey, when the Niners are making good moves.
I'm pumped up, man. I love smart football moves. This is a smart football move. I'm so pumped up about that.
Who won the trade? Let us know. I think the Niners won this trade. Now Dolphins on the clock at 27. Great trade down. Let us know. I'm seeing a lot of SFs, baby. 2,300 people watching. If you like the trade, if you're ready for the Niners pick at 30, hit that thumbs up. Eagles fans are up to 635 likes. Try to get to 700. Try to get to 700. If you like to pick a lemon, hit that thumbs up.
Gosh, I love smart football moves. So here are the trade details here for the 49ers. And here was my thought process. The Niners had 6 picks in this draft. They had 2 picks inside the top 100. They didn't have a 3rd-round pick because they traded that away for Osa Digizua in a move that I loved. But what I wanted the Niners to do was to trade back to get more value. All the Niners had to do to get a 3rd-round pick back, which, again, they didn't have, was to trade back from 27 to 30, and they get the 90th overall pick. They had 4 4th-rounders. They traded one of those away to Miami. It's just such a smart move with excellent, excellent value, and I absolutely love it for San Francisco.
Let's go.
Okay, Chris Johnson goes 27 to Miami. The cornerback out of San Diego State, who Roley had going to Kansas City in his mock.
Look at Roley.
That was our Chat Sports mock when he went with Chris Johnson.
All right, here is that pick officially in.
Okay, so Chris Johnson to Miami. Miami clearly really wanted him. They had a need at corner. Earlier they went Caden Proctor. So Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson. It's a deep wide receiver class, so they can get wide receiver a little bit later. Chris Johnson's so steady. 6 foot, 193 pounds, good length. A pass breakup machine. 13 PBUs last year, 49 tackles, 4 picks, 1 forced fumble. He had 2 touchdowns. He shows very sticky coverage ability, excellent speed. He can let his instincts thrive in zone coverage as well. Keep in mind Jeff Hafley, defensive-oriented head coach. Fluid athlete, strong tackler. Willing to fight against bigger wide receivers. Won't always win those matchups, but he'll fight. And in the division that he's playing in, Patriots might have A.J. Brown. Bills, Josh Allen, DJ Moore. Jets, drafted Kenyon Sadiq. Chris Johnson's a really sound pick for Miami. And I like what Miami has done. Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, offensive tackle corner, 2 of the most important positions on a roster.
So who do the Niners go with here? We'll see obviously what the next couple picks are. Bills, Chiefs, then Niners. You serious? Did you see Durham's message?
No.
Check short social. Of course.
Let's just refilm that right now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to refilm our Mekhi Lemon short. Again, Niners moving back to pick number 30. And I just want to do this for our social team. Yep. Sounds good. Yep. All right. 3, 2, 1. Night 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft, and in the first round, Howie Roseman pulls off another shocker. I had talked about this in the lead-up of the draft, but over the last 5 years, Howie has moved up in the first round 4 times. Make it 5 times here. And I did not imagine that the Eagles would go this route. I thought that the Eagles were going to pinpoint an offensive tackle to take. But this gives you further confirmation that A.J. Brown is not going to be an Eagle in 2026 because the Eagles have selected Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver out of USC, with the 20th overall pick. They moved up from 23 to take Lemon in a trade with the Dallas Cowboys. Back during 2021, the Eagles moved up to take Devontae Smith in a trade with Dallas, and they do it again. That line of communication is there for the divisional rivals. For Lemon, I really like his game. He's a slot-only wideout, deceptive route runner, Biletnikoff Winter Award. Fuck. I said that wrong. Trying to fit all this in. We crushed the first short, but it froze. All right, at least the cut's out. All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Howie Roseman has pulled off a shocker in the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft. He moved up from the 23rd overall pick to the 20th pick in a trade with the Dallas Cowboys to take USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon. And if anybody thought that A.J. Brown was still going to be a Philadelphia Eagle in 2026, this is further confirmation that he is going to get traded after June 1. The Eagles wide receiver room going into this upcoming season, I think is a really interesting one. Devontae Smith will be the wide receiver 1. I think Mekhi Lemon will be the wide receiver 2. He's got some Amon-Ra St. Brown, Puka Nacua comps coming out of USC. Then you have Dontavian Wicks as your wide receiver 3 and a speed threat, and Marquise Hollywood Brown as your wide receiver 4. I look at Lemon as solely a slot wide receiver. He's a deceptive route runner. His spatial awareness and picking up yards after the catch is really impressive. He's also very tough and will catch everything his way. Eagles fans don't like this, but I think you'll love the player. All right. Pick is in for New England at number 28. They have made a trade from 31 to 28 to make this pick. The Bills have now traded back twice. So the Patriots get 28 overall. Bills get 31 and a 4th at 125. Patriots select Caleb Lomo. I had him going to New England in my mock. I wonder what the Patriots do here. Is Will Campbell going to move inside to guard? Elliot Wolf kept saying, and I asked him this at the Combine, that Campbell was going to be their tackle, but I think Lomo is going to be their tackle now. All 24 career starts at left tackle. 6'6" and a quarter, 313 pounds. A little bit raw, still needs to develop, needs to get a little bit stronger. Getting some Anthony Costanzo comps on the NFL Network broadcast. Did not give up a sack last year. How about Utah? Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu, both going in this first round, did not give up sacks last year for the Utes along that offensive line. Pest out west. Good move, Chase. Niners stink at first-round picks anyway. They still have to make a first-round pick. They just moved back from 27 to 30. Chiefs are on the clock again at number 29.
All right, Chiefs up, then the Niners. Pick is in for the Chiefs. We'll see who it is. That means the Niners are on the clock.
Oh, Peter Woods.
Oh, my guy.
Goes to Kansas City at number 29. So the polarizing defensive tackle out of Clemson to Kansas City here at number 29. Niners are coming up at pick number 30.
My guy Peter Woods, first round pick. Greg Smith, the Niners still have 6 picks. They traded back, but they also gave up a 4th to move up in the 3rd. So their total amount of picks don't change, but they moved up a ton from the 4th to the 3rd. All right, who should the Niners pick? We can go through the best players available. After the Chiefs just took Peter Woods. According to our draft expert Tom Downey, Jamal McCoy,
Omar Cooper Jr.
Yeah.
Seems like such a Niner.
That could be the pick. Oh, and how about this from Ian Rappaport? Is this the most Howie thing you've ever heard?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So the Steelers were at 21. Remember, the Eagles jumped the Steelers to trade with the Cowboys to move up to 20 to draft Mekhi Lemon.
Yep.
While Mekhi Lemon was on the phone with the Steelers, the Eagles made the trade to jump them steal Mekhi Lemon.
No way.
He was on the phone with the Steelers.
That is incredible.
That's incredible. And how about this? The Niners trade out again.
They trade out again.
They trade out again. The Jets trade up.
Is this Carson Beck?
The Jets are on the clock. The Niners are out of the first round, so no first round pick.
Okay. But they're going to be there at 34.
They were at.
No, the Niners will get 34, right?
Oh, so the Jets actually had 33.
33.
And so the Niners will have the first pick of the second round.
Okay.
So we'll wait to get these. Yeah, so it's Niners get 33 and 179.
Okay.
The Jets get 30.
179 is pretty late.
So the Niners pick up another pick. Oh, if it's Carson Beck.
Wow. So how many trades have we seen? A ton.
So Niners trade out again. And yeah, here are those full details, as I mentioned.
Okay. So they trade out of the first. They go back from 27 to 30 to 33. They got the 90th pick from the Dolphins. And then with this Jets trade, they get 179 as well.
Interesting. So now they have 7 picks in the draft. I mean, look. You don't like anybody there, then. Why not? So 2 trades for the Niners. And the Jets are trading up for Omar Cooper Jr.
Okay, I think I had him going to the Jets in my mock.
Could have been some of the Niners could have taken, but clearly they not a guy they were targeting, I suppose. So that'll be fun tomorrow.
Yep.
The Niners are the first pick in the second round. But here it is official. Omar Cooper to the Jets.
See, I like it, honestly.
Who won the trade? Let us know. Jets take Omar Cooper with 30. Niners move down 3 spots and pick up a 5th. Some super chats coming in. Get to those right now.
Sound strategy for the Niners, honestly. Night Rain. Please no injured players. Let's go Niners. I think Basantis is the guy at 33.
Yeah, makes sense.
Makes sense. James, $5. I don't know about the second trade down. Isn't the 5th-year option more valuable? Yes and no. But they're also really good at 5th-round picks. Plus, James, they didn't have a pick beyond the 4th. Now they do have a pick beyond the 4th. So they lost a 4th, traded that away to the Dolphins in that first trade. Now they have a 5th from the Jets. SF Legacies. Chase, what do you think the game plan is? I'm going to explain that. We're still going to do a long-form video on this coming up here in a moment.
So the Jets finished with 3 first-round picks. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr. Like their haul.
I like Omar Cooper Jr. to the Jets. So that's 3 first-round picks for the Jets, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
So we got the Bills and the Seahawks to end the night. And then Niners first on the board tomorrow.
I like that.
A reminder, before we end the draft here, that we are giving away an Eagles Now shirt and a 49ers Report shirt. $20 super chats gets you in the raffle. And then our MVP, highest individual super chat on each channel, gets a signed mystery jersey. And so far tonight, I believe we have a tie on Eagles. We've had some 50s come in.
Yep.
So there is a multi-way tie on Eagles between Mo, center to 50, Ali, center to 50, Cliff, center to 50. So a 3-way tie there. $50 the number to beat on Eagles. And then on Niners, 50 from Julie Crystal. A 50 from Gump Wolf. And a 50 from Fukune. So also a 3-way tie on Niners. So $50 the number to beat on both streams for a signed mystery jersey. $20 gets you in the shirt raffle. We're also $5 away from 500
On which stream?
on Niners.
$5 away from 500 total on Niners. I've already given you all those mezcal shots. I forgot to tell people this, Chip. That's probably on me. Where do people go to get like the original Eagles Now and Niners Report intros so that it's like
You have to go to here. I can tell you right now. So they go to Studio Assets.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Studio Assets, intro videos,
Okay.
archive,
Okay.
then 2023 refresh, and then intro videos again, and then they're in there. Then they'll see 49ers and Eagles short. Obviously, that's all in Dropbox. We do have another trade here as the Titans move up. So the Bills also move out of the first round entirely. Titans move up. They trade away 35, 66, and 101. They get 31, 69, and 165. So they move up 4 spots from 35 to 31. They move down 3 spots in the third from 66 to 69. And then they move down about 60 spots from 101 to 165. And they're taking Keldrick Falk here at 31.
Okay.
Keldrick Falk.
I love Falk, and I love him to Tennessee for Robert Saleh. He's almost 6'6", 276 pounds. Really good pressure numbers. Sack numbers not great, but he's also only 21 years old. Can set the edge, can play in multiple fronts. I think he's going to be an excellent NFL player. He was one of my guys in the pre-draft. All right, I think we can do a Niners cut.
Yeah.
Maybe wait to see. Do we have 32 already in? No, Seahawks are on the clock.
Yeah, not quite. But that's the last one.
Yeah, we can wait for 32, and then the back half, we can just look at best players available.
Yep. Francisco, thanks for the $2 super chat. Your opinion on the trade, Chase? Yeah, I mean, said it a few times, but smart move. B-Doc. Words coming in with a 2. 49ers draft like the Disneyland girl. Didn't show up. Oh, man. Come on now. She might show up. We don't know. She might show up still. We don't know. Words. That's good stuff, man. Francisco, I don't like the trade. I mean, like, it depends who they take at 33, but I think it's a smart process.
Yeah. So we'll wait to see who goes 32 to round out the first round. Then we can react fully to what the Niners did. Robert Smith, $5. There's your 500. Take a drink. Cheers, brother. Appreciate you. Jeannie Wyatt. Faithful ladies in the house. Let's go Niners. Hello, Chase and Chip.
Yo, Jeannie.
What's up, Jeannie? Hope all is well. Pest Out West. The reason the Niners' best draft picks are usually in later rounds is because it's not Lynch and Shanahan picking them, so I hear. I think, obviously, they have a say. But, yeah, you lean on scouts more so later as compared to earlier. History. You think Falk pick was Robert Saleh? Maybe some Saleh influence. I think if Saleh was making the pick at 4, they would have gone Sonny Styles. But they went Carnell Tate, which I thought was way too early.
And Seahawks pick is in. This was a common mock. Jadarian Price.
I had him going to the Seahawks in my final mock.
So that wraps up the first round. W. Madsick coming in with a 5. Now what I expected, great draft for the Jets and Titans. Looking forward to who we pick at 33. I think Elijah Surratt or Denzel Boston. Both still on the board. Niners want to go receiver. Yeah, 2 good options there. Emmanuel McNeil Warren also still there if they want to go safety. Chase Basantis. They want to go guard. They have some options, man. All right. So that's the draft, man. Here are all the selections from tonight. And then obviously we can see the Niners can take tomorrow with the first pick of the second round. That'll be exciting stuff. Mendoza, number 1 to the Raiders. David Bailey, number 2 to the Jets. Jeremiah Love, 3 to the Cardinals.
Fucking internet.
Carnell Tate, 4th to the Titans. We got Arvell Reese, number 5 to the Giants. Mansour Lane, 6 to the Chiefs. Sonny Styles, 7 to the Commanders. Jordan Tyson, 8th to the Saints. Spencer Fano, 9th to the Browns. Maui Noah, 10 to the Giants. Caleb Downs falling to the Cowboys at 11. Caden Proctor, 12th to Miami. How about Ty Simpson going 13th to the Rams?
Crazy.
Unbelievable. Benga Ioane, 14th to Baltimore. Ruben Bain falls to the Bucks at 15. Sadiq, 16 to the Jets. Blake Miller, 17th. Shout out my guy to the Lions. Caleb Banks, 18th. That's a shocker as well to the Vikings. Monroe Freeling, Panthers at 19. Eagles trade up for Mekhi Lemon at 20. Steelers, Maxi Hanashore at 21. Akeem Mesidor to the Chargers at 22. Malachi Lawrence, Cowboys, 23. Casey Concepcion, Browns at 24. Dylan Thieneman slides to the Bears at 25. Keelan Rutledge, Texans trade up for him at 26. Chris Johnson, as Miami trades up at 27. Caleb Lomu, Patriots at 28. Peter Woods, Chiefs at 29. Omar Cooper, Jets at 30. Keldrick Falk, Titans at 31. Then Jadarian Price, Seahawks at 32. That is the first round of the draft. My God.
So the backup Notre Dame running back goes in the first round.
Crazy. Here's your best players available heading into day 2. Some targets for the Niners here as they pick first in the second round. Jermon McCoy, our guy D'Angelo Pons, Chat Sports legend. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is there. Colton Hood, a lot of secondary here. Cassius Howell, TJ Parker. Denzel Boston could be an option at receiver. Caden McDonald, CJ Allen, Jacob Rodriguez, Keontae Scott, Avion Terrell, my guy, not a first-round pick. Brutal. R. Mason Thomas, Zion Young, Christian Miller, and Brandon Cease. Your top 16 players left. And I'm being told right now by the bosses, we're having another flash sale.
Yeah, what do we got there?
Just as we did earlier, we're doing this again for the next hour until 11:05 p.m. Central, 12:05 a.m. Eastern, 9:05 p.m. Pacific. The show branded merch, the Eagles Now shirts, 49er support shirts and hats are 50% off the next hour. 50% off for the next hour. If you didn't take advantage the first time, now you can. Again, these show branded items here. Eagles Now shirts, 49er support shirts, 49er support hat. 50% off for the next hour. Links going in the chat right now. Chatsports.com/merch. First round in the books, baby. All right, we'll get to these super chats coming in.
Yep. Sorry, I just been tweeting out some of my videos here. Appreciate the patience here. SF Legacies. Niners fans are Chase's real kids. Eagles fans are his stepkids. Nobody likes his stepkids, by the way. Hey, I have a stepfather, and I hope that he likes me. And he means a lot to me, but that is funny. Good stuff right there. W. Madsick, Bryce Betcher coming from my Oregon Ducks would be a good pick as well. What's up, bro? Hope all is well. Yeah, I had him going to the Niners in the 4th round of my final mock draft. Josiah Duncan, $2. We're cooked. Disagree. Romeo, my Eagles and Niners got me scratching my head so hard tonight. I think Eagles fans are going to love Mekhi Lemon. I think trading back for San Francisco is clearly the smartest play. Rambo, Ian Rappaport reports the Eagles trade up for Mekhi Lemon while he was on the phone with the Steelers. Yes, that is what Ian Rappaport reported, and it's classic Howie. I mean, that's why you trade up. You get a sense that another team might take a player who you really want, so what did Howie do? Leapfrog Pittsburgh. Draft taking place in Pittsburgh. Everything's gone right for Pittsburgh with this draft. Weather, great crowd, 300,000 people, and Howie Roseman swoops in and says, I run Pennsylvania. I think that we can do a short on the Niners trades, Chip.
Okay.
Just to get something out there. And then just keep the one trade in the preview screen, and then we'll go to the other trade as well.
This was the first one.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. So the San Francisco 49ers did not make a pick in the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft tonight. This is a possibility that I talked about in my final mock draft because I thought if San Francisco moved back, they could have gotten some really good value so that they didn't have to reach on a player at 27 overall. So I actually really like what the Niners did here tonight. So the first trade, they moved back from 27 to 30. And what I really wanted them to do was to get a third-round pick back. They did that. Now they're sitting at 90 overall in the third round. They only had 2 top 50 picks. So they desperately needed another third. They traded that one away for Osa Odighizuwa. They gave up one of their 4 fourth-round picks to Miami in that trade. Then the Niners traded back again from 30 to 33, and they picked up 179 overall. The Niners didn't have a pick beyond the 4th round. Now they do. Sound strategy from San Francisco in round 1. And then I think we can do a video on this to kind of recap what the Niners did there. Couple more super chats, plus Ultra Adrian, $5. I think the Niners made some good moves. They have 7 picks total, and they picked better in the later rounds. O-line, D-line, safety are a must, though. I think at 33, they can go O-line. Chase Basantis is right there. You can go excellent edge rusher as well. So that's another possibility. And whatever you don't do at 33, that's what you should do later in the second round. Whether it's offensive line, defensive line. Third round, get a wide receiver at 90. Safety, definitely a big need. You could address that in the second or the third if you really wanted to. You know, the Niners have a couple of different options here. Wide receiver isn't pressing, but I would address it just because Mike Evans and Christian Kirk are older players. 75 Dignan.
Oh!
$100 super chat. CNC Niner Factory, a savvy first round, LFG. See, that's a good word for it. A savvy first round for San Francisco. All right, that is the number to beat for our Niners MVP jersey. Last call, Venmo Super Chat has to be more than $100 if you want that signed mystery Niners jersey. More than 100 is the number to beat. On Eagles, number to beat is 50, I believe, right? Yep. Number to beat is 50. And again, Venmo, Super Chat, last call to beat it there. Chilson, or Chilson, $20 Super Chat. Is it possible that these wide receivers that we have accumulated are traded for what we need? I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. So that came in on Eagles. I think A.J. Brown gets traded, right? I think Devontae Smith, wide receiver 1. Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver 2. Dontavian Wicks, wide receiver 3. Marquise Brown, wide receiver 4. Those are your 4 wideouts. You traded for Wicks. He could be a 2 or a 3, depending on Lemon's readiness. Hollywood Brown's a good speed threat. You signed Elijah Moore. I don't think he's going to make the roster. Darius Cooper, Eagles are high on him. Johnny Wilson missed all of last year. Good player who gives you tantalizing size, blocking ability. So that's why Howie has made all these moves. Because he's known, he's trading AJ, reading the tea leaves, has led me to believe that going into tonight, and then taking Mekhi Lemon at 20 overall just further solidifies that A.J. Brown is getting traded. So hopefully that helped to answer that question, Joe. Appreciate that. All right, I want to talk some Niners here and talk about their overall strategy, the trades that they made, and then we'll get to round 2 targets for San Francisco and the picks that they have coming up, they also have the 90th pick in third round tomorrow night as well. So San Francisco will make 3 picks tomorrow night compared to the previous 1. So we'll dive into that in further detail here. I'll kind of explain my reasoning for why I like what San Francisco did.
Oh my goodness.
What happened?
Before we get to that, we gotta get to what Garrett just did on the 49ers report.
What happened? I didn't even see it.
I'm waiting for this to come into our system to pop it up, but oh my
internet's frozen.
goodness. Here it is. Garrett!
Oh! Garrett Semenuk, $200 super chat for the Niners mystery jersey. He makes it rain in a big way. In a big way, he makes it rain. Garrett, here's what I need you to do. I'm going to pop up my email at the bottom of the screen. chase@chatsports.com. I need you to send me an email with your address, and we will get that mystery jersey sent to you. chase@chatsports.com. That is my email. If you want that Niners mystery signed jersey, send me an email at Chase_senior.
Wow.
And we'll get that to you. That brings us to $846 in super chats on Niners, $350 on Eagles. And let's get to that Niners video.
Just let them know.
Cool. All right. We'll talk some Niners here. Making 2 trades. Let's explain their strategy here. Here we go. Welcome into the San Francisco 49ers Report. My name is Chase Senior. Today's show is presented by Prize Picks. I should say tonight's show because round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft is in the rear view. And coming up here on the show, I want to explain why I think what the Niners did was a very sound strategy during night 1, even though San Francisco did not make a single pick in this draft. But they're now locked and loaded for night 2 of the draft in rounds 2 and 3. So let's get to it. In my final mock draft, I had the Niners trading out of the first round from 27 to the start of the second round because I thought that the value would be best for San Francisco to do that, obviously dependent on how the board would fall. And how the board fell in this draft, I didn't really like it for San Francisco. There was a run on wide receivers. There was a run on offensive tackles. And I thought it was a little bit too early for the Niners to take a player who I want them to take to kick off round 2 in Chase Basantis, the offensive guard out of Texas A&M. Keelan Rutledge, a guard out of Georgia Tech, went off the board in the first round as well. So San Francisco can't take him in round 2. But my thought process was, okay, if you don't like the board at 27, trade out, ideally to the second round, while getting a third-round pick, which the Niners hadn't had because they traded away their third for Osa Odigizua. So the 49ers originally only had 2 top 100 picks, not necessarily ideal. So what the Niners did was actually make 2 trades in the first round tonight. The first one, this one here to my right, in a move with the Miami Dolphins, where the Dolphins got 27 overall, the Niners' original pick, and a 4th-round pick at 138. For San Francisco, fine with them giving up a 4th-rounder because going into the draft, they had 4 4th-rounders. So you sacrifice 1 4th-rounder, you still have 3 after the completion of this trade, and what I absolutely love for the Niners is that they move back to 30, but the big one here is getting the 90th overall pick in the 3rd round. It gives you another top 100 pick. This is a draft that has a lot of depth in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. And the 49ers going into tonight had 6 picks, all within the first 4 rounds. 4 of them, though, were in the 4th, no 3rd rounder. Now the Niners got that 3rd round pick. Then the Niners traded out of the 1st round altogether and made another trade in this 1st round with the New York Jets. And so this trade, the Niners moved from 30 to 33. So San Francisco now has the 1st pick in the 2nd round, which is on Friday night. It gives them all night and all day to figure out who they want to go with at 33 overall. I think the value here is better, especially if they go with the Chase Besantis, who I don't think was worthy of being the 27th overall pick. Plus, again, you get that 3rd rounder. Another thing here, too, is that in getting 179 from the Jets, that's a 5th round pick this year. The Niners did not have a pick beyond the 4th round. Now they do. So it gives them a 5th rounder when during the history of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's regime, they have connected and hit on a ton of 5th round picks. That is a sweet zone for San Francisco. Plus, again, you can get some really quality depth pieces in that round. So I know that some Niner fans are bummed that the Niners didn't make a pick tonight. I understand it. You wanted to have a new rookie to talk about, to scout, to dissect and analyze. But I actually think this is a great strategy for San Francisco. Trading back, better value, plus getting additional draft capital, which the Niners did not have. Now, coming up here in a moment, we'll take a look at who they can target with the 1st pick in the 2nd round, and then later on as well. But first, tonight's poll question. We've been live for 6 hours, so we're just rolling with it. Do you like the trades that the Niners made tonight? Yes or no? I'm a big fan of sound team strategy. This is a sound strategic type of move for San Francisco here. Our sponsor for tonight's 49ers report, our friends at Prize Picks. This is America's #1 fantasy sports picks app. And when you use our link to download the Prize Picks app and you use our exclusive code HMA, when you play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly in lineups. Prize Picks is so easy to use. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you can win some big-time money. With team picks, you can pick winners, spreads, and totals. Chip and I had a lot of fun tonight predicting and picking which players would go where in the draft. I went 3 for 5. We'll take it. All transactions with Prize Picks are also safe and secure. There have been more than 20 million users who have submitted lineups with billions of dollars paid out. And the flexibility, I think, is awesome from Prize Picks because you could do a whole lot of things. And here's how a lineup works, for instance, like Jalen Brunson, more than 26.5 points. Jalen Johnson, less than 37.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Karl Anthony Towns, more than 14.5 points. That particular lineup was a $20 entry fee to win $80. So pick more, pick less, pick Prize Picks. Show us that you know ball with Prize Picks. Use our code HMA and use our link to download the app. We appreciate Prize Picks for making the 49ers Report possible, and we appreciate HMA for being legends here on the program. All right, so the 49ers go from 27 to 30 to 33. They pick up a third rounder. They give up one of 4 fourth rounders, and then they also get a 5th round pick. And so here are the Niners selections coming up. And I like where they're at here at 33, 58, and 90. Originally, the Niners were going to have 1 pick on day 2. Now they have 3. An extension of a first rounder at 33. 58, you can get an excellent player there. And then number 90, the 49ers also in the 4th round going to remain busy. 127, 133, 139. They gave up 138, and then they've got that 5th rounder at 179, and obviously they're not done. Like, they can make some more trades in order to gather more draft capital. But as far as where the Niners are at 33, and with some of the players on the board, there are some excellent players who are on the board for the 49ers. In our Chat Sports mock draft at 27 last week, I had the Niners drafting safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. He's a top 20 player on a lot of boards. I would love this pick for San Francisco. Safety is a massive need. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is long. He makes plays on the football. He doesn't shy away from contact. He's physical. He's a good downhill safety. He's got some ball skills, though. You pair him alongside Malik Mustafa, I think a weakness can become a strength. And for Tom Downey, our draft expert, 25th overall player, you get him at 33, excellent value. Jermon McCoy, I'm staying away from him, tore his ACL, but he could be corner 1 in this draft if he stays healthy, but there are longevity concerns there. I love the game of D'Angelo Pons, but he's 5'8", and I think he's a slot corner. The Niners already have an undersized slot corner in Upton Stout who came on last year. I don't think Pons makes sense, even if you went best player available. Where are you putting him? On the outside? He's too short. Upton Stout on the outside? He's too short. Colton Hood, another good player who got some round 1 buzz. He falls to round 2. If you want to go corner here, that's another player who San Francisco could take because corner is a little bit of a sneaky need. You flip the page, Cassius Howe. Twitch, speed, burst, violence, and production from the edge rusher spot. I thought that he had and has first-round ability. TJ Parker, another edge out of Clemson. Denzel Boston, love his game. Reminds me of Mike Evans. Cade McDonald, defensive tackle. Excellent against the run. Niners already have some run-stuffing defensive tackles in Alfred Collins and C.J. West, so I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. C.J. Allen, excellent linebacker. Jacob Rodriguez is a player who I think San Francisco would absolutely love to have. You've got a great safety with 4.3, 4.2 speed in Keontae Scott out of Miami. Great culture fit, too. Avion Terrell, excellent corner. R. Mason Thomas. I don't love him as a player. I wouldn't love it for San Francisco because I think he's more of just a speed rusher. I think you need to have more than that. A player who I would really like for San Francisco is Chase Besantis, the guard out of Texas A&M. Zion Young, another really good player. Christian Miller is very close with Michael Williams, and then Brandon Cease, the cornerback out of South Carolina. When I talk about there being depth in this draft class, I mean, there is depth in this draft class where the Niners are at 33, later in that second round at 50, 58, right? And then you've got 90, and you can get a good player there. For Chase Besantis, multi-year starter with a good frame and solid movement. He can step in and play and start at left guard right away. Good hand usage. Vice grips for hands. He can get himself into issues with leverage and length problems, but played in a zone offense, outside zone scheme at Texas A&M. That's what Kyle Shanahan runs. And he's got a mean streak to his game. You want to catch up to Seattle? This is a way to catch up to Seattle. You've got to get bulkier, meaner, more physical, and better along the interior offensive line. You put him next to Trent Williams, I think Besantis can be a really, really good player. So who should the Niners pick at number 33. Share your thoughts with me. Let me know down in the comments section. I will catch you all soon here on the Niners Report. We'll be live tomorrow. Videos to come before that. Miss T6, I want to hear Chase talk about Mekhi Lemon. A video's already up on the channel. It went up like 45 minutes ago. And we talked about Mekhi Lemon for several minutes. Really like the pick. Video's up. And it's been up.
Oh, what a night. Day one of the draft is in the books. Robert, is there any more jerseys? So the jerseys go into the largest individual super chatter on each channel.
So the number to beat, what's that coming in on, Niners?
That's on Niners.
Yeah, number to beat, 200. Come back tomorrow, though, because we'll be doing it again. Another mystery jersey, Robert. Dr. Checkmate, $5. Good choice for Philly. Great day for San Francisco. Rams overreacted. Arizona underwhelmed. Seattle stood pat. Yes, Seattle, Jadarian Price. Arizona, I think Jeremiah Love's actually a good pick. Interesting selection for the Rams to go with Ty Simpson. I mean, that came out of nowhere. And that's more of a multi-year play with Matthew Stafford being 38 years old. Pest out west. Niners scouts are good. Kyle and John Lynch are not smart, is what you're trying to say?
Oh, God. Do we want to do last call for our wheel spins here?
Yes. Let's just rip the wheel spins.
Let's rip them. All right. Let's do it. Let me make sure I just added everybody up to this point. I believe I have.
Also, $300 Venmo came in on Eagles for the mystery jersey. So that is the number to beat.
All right, we're going to spin the wheel. See who comes away with our Eagles Now and 49ers Report shirts.
Yep, let's see. You got to be here to claim your prize.
Shuffle them up. I'll start here on Niners. Who's it going to be?
Who's it going to be?
Oh, on the line.
Is Garrett Semenuk here?
Garrett was the one who sent in that massive 200.
Okay. Garrett, you haven't sent me an email yet. Are you here? Chase@chatsports.com. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there he is.
So it's at the bottom of your screen, Garrett. Chase@chatsports.com.
That was a quick response.
Send me that email, and we'll get you a shirt and the jersey. And I'm going to put that down in my notes as I always do.
Congrats to Garrett.
Yep. And then we'll spin the wheel for Eagles now.
Yep. Let's go. Some fewer names here. Big chance to win for everybody on the list. Around goes the wheel.
Ali. Is Ali here?
Ali.
Is Ali still here?
Are you here, Ali?
Let's spin it again.
Is Cliff Neely here?
Is Cliff Neely here?
Cliff said in the 50 earlier.
Yep. If Cliff isn't here, I'm going to give it away somebody else. How about Mo Nana? Mo Nana.
There we go. Mo's a real one.
Mo is a real one. Great stuff for the first round of the draft. Niners, very intriguing night 2 coming up with a lot of possibilities there. A lot of possibilities. All right. Chip and I are going to sign off. We will be back at it tomorrow night, rounds 2 and 3. Same show, same place, same plan and initiative to give all of you the best coverage on YouTube. Thanks for watching the show, everybody. Night 1 of the NFL draft is in the books. We'll see you tomorrow night. Content to come tomorrow during the day and then live at night. For Chip, I'm Chase. To all of the real ones, we will catch you soon. Peace.